Hello everybody, welcome to this stream. I've got stuff on me. It's gonna be their all stream now. Oh no, what's this? It's time model and stuff on my shirt day. What a disaster. We're gonna be trying out LMU update, and then it's iRacing update day as well. Update day, update day, update day, update day. Today we'll be in two halves. I think we're gonna try some LMU, and then later on we'll do some iRacing. I think that's how it's working. I've got a completely fresh install of LMU. But we're going to be using a test version of LMU until the actual update goes out. So I'm going to be able to test to see. We're going to have a go before it comes out, so we can see. Hello, Stuart. I only had like 4 hours sleep last night, so we'll probably do a bit of streaming now and then have a nap and then continue, because my brain feels like I've been hit in the face with a sledgehammer as usual. It's gonna be interesting how the force feedback is in LMU actually. Is iRacing going to be more like LMU and LMU is going to be more like... I think that's probably what's going to happen. Will both games be worse than AC still? Quite likely. That's normally what seems to be happening these days, is that nothing can quite get as good as AC still. But they try. And AC has its problems. We've yet to have the Grail simulator, a simulator that has AC tire models generally at the limit, but also not like exploitable with like weird sliding behaviour. A sim with as good downforce and suspension as iRacing, and with as good net code as LMU and rFactor 2 for car contacts. There's nothing that would be, and then damage either BeamNG or Wreckfest. Like, we should have that by now. That should be where we're, and then a rally mode that's as good as Richard Burns Rally. Is that much to ask in 2020, 40, 30, 92? I don't think it is too much to ask. I think it's a reasonable... Josh Rock. Well, we're loading up Le Mans Ultimate here. We could, yeah. It's updating the beta. I've got a press key, like a beta key, a test key. Won't be able to play online with it. So, yeah. My brain is cooked, though. Cooked muscle. %29 complete. Beautiful. These 8-way stick. Look at that. Whee! I don't know, Stuart. I actually don't know. No one's really said exact times. LMU update's probably not till the evening, I wouldn't have thought. Or midday at least. Let's see what iRacing says. It should have the time schedule maintenance. As soon as that goes on, then people should be able to test. 8. 12 UTC midday for iRacing. But as soon as it goes down, can people test out the new tyres? I went to bed at like midnight, and then I woke up 4 hours after going to bed. And then I was like, well, I know how this normally works, so I thought, well, we'll have some breakfast. We'll install some stuff. Okay, let's go. We'll install some stuff and then probably have a nap and then get back to it later. Otherwise, I'll just lie in my bed. They've already started week 13 stuff on here, but yeah, they've not rolled the update out. So midday is when the update rolls out, I think. I'm not sure will we be able to test GT3 cars in any races. I don't think we will. VIR with the MX-5 could be fun though for week 13. So not getting a new tyre though. Alton Park. That could be fun.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, that's nice and loud. Thanks for following. Yeah, that's when the update is. So I'm not sure how we'll be able to test GT3 out tyres. There's not even an F4 car in here. We'll just have to do it by ourselves. Well, supposedly, Jared Paul, the most important tyre model that iRacing has ever had. Supposedly. But, iRacing tend to stretch the truth. iRacing tend to... Hello, Phantom Racer. Hey, guys. They tend to... what's the word? Bullshit. That's the word. No, they've got a product to sell. They've got to make money. They have to pay for their guns and stuff and fireworks. Every day in America, you've got to wake up and shoot some guns in the air. Yeehaw! Wee-haw! Wee-haw! Every morning. Costs a lot of money to be American. I mean, it's fun shooting bullets in the air, but on the downside, bullets are falling on your head from everyone shooting bullets in the air. So you have to buy like lead hats to protect you. Cheers, guys. Is it vain to have a mug with your own logo on it? Oh, dear. This mug only works if you hold it with your left hand. If you're right-handed, it says titwinkled. I have to drink left-handed to have my logo. It's perfectly normal. Perfectly normal. I mean, also it says... Well, as I said, we've got quotes on here. It's not all about raw driving talent. It's about being sexy as well. Oh my God, this is arousing. I feel like a terrorist going through one of those checkpoints. It's got fantastic quotes on this. Complimentary scones, tea and cake for any journey over 1 hour long. Yeah. It'd be nice if they did. As much as obviously I'm the world's #1 iRacing hater, right? I am like the greatest iRacing hater, despite weirdly playing iRacing for like 5,000 hours. I'm actually the iRacing won't ever reach out to me for keys. They will specifically block me from events. They will. They genuinely do definitely hate me. So I am iRacing's #1 hater. However, I would like for it to actually be really awesome because it is the only platform with loads of cars that I like, tracks that I like that aren't in anything else, international, and has people on it. And it does run, actually has really good camera settings for me. So it's one of the most comfortable sims for me to play. Most sims make me really badly motion sick or give me headaches and stuff, but iRacing doesn't. So there's a lot about iRacing I really like, but you know. I think this should be our intro music. I need to make some music like this. Tyre model day. Tyre model.
Get on my face.
LMU's updating, by the way, guys. That's why we're singing to ourselves. This is Scooter. Hang on. When I was young, it said that life was so wonderful. Scooter's so dumb. Scooter, guys. I preferred moped myself. Scooter was so dumb. I would one day like to be an MC. I think one day we will stop doing sim racing and I will just become a music producer. I think it's quite likely to happen. I'm just gonna start making dance music. You'll be like, "Where's Game of Muscle gone?" And I'll be in Berlin going. You'll be like, "Why is he doing that?" I'll be like, "Why not?" 6 hours. Vishnu R. Are you from India? Are you the god? I do like a bit of a techno beat, you know, but like sort of a soft techno is what I like. If you guys heard that iRacing song, I'm pretty happy with the kick drum we've got in that. I'm quite happy with the kick drum in this song that we've been working on. You'll bless me only if I praise. Oh no! Like, do you want to listen to the whole song? There you
Idiot pilot. Idiot pilot. Idiot pilot. Idiot pilot. Idiot pilot.
What are you fucking doing? What are you fucking doing? What are you fucking doing?
You just stopped in the middle of the fucking track. You fucking idiot! Victor, you fucking idiot! Dude, you're a moron! Victor, you just caused multiple crashes because you went too wide in that corner on the first lap because you're an idiot, Victor!
You're absolutely fucking kidding!
Too wide in the fucking kink, you idiot! What are you doing? What are you doing? Damn idiot, fuck you! Forever amateur. Remember my words. Report for you. What the hell was that, mate? Fuck you. Don't wanna fucking let you go.
Bad pilot, man. Bad pilot.
Son of the bitch.
Fuck you. Go home and play Tetris.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
Mate, you can't go via the track to the fucking apex. Forever amateur. Report for you.
What the hell was that, mate?
Don't wanna fucking let you go.
Bad pilot, man.
Son of the bitch.
Go home and play Tetris. 7 meters of track and you collision with me. It's incredible.
Yeah. So I'm very proud of this bit.
iRacing.
The hardest iRacing remix.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
It's so like hardcore over the top. Oh dear. It's beautiful. Right, we are. Thanks guys. It's not quite finished that track. We are just waiting for LMU to update here. The beta. It's like 100 and something BPM. How many BPM is it? 160 BPM. Yeah. Techno, hard techno. Look here, pixel therapy. Techno's where it's at. So what BPM is this? A lot of techno is like 130 BPM. 165. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Valulununununo. Welcome. Alright. We're going to check out Le Mans here. Techno's whatever you want it to be. BPM can be whatever you want. That's the amazing thing with music. There are no rules. Do whatever you want. It can be whatever. It can be whatever. As long as it's like a kick drum with a hi-hat. You good? Oh, here we go. We can now test LMU. We're going to have to rebind all our controls and everything. And probably do the monitor settings. Just a fresh install. Yeah, but the BPM is just one aspect. So, like... Yeah, it's like the FOV piece of music. There's lots of things that go into a specific type of song. And then some of those will be similar to other things and some of them won't. And then, like, then you end up with the... you will then end up with a category. You can end up with a category error. Like this. So this is a problem with genres. It's a problem with categorization. Is that basically you can choose how you categorize, how broadly you categorize something, or how narrowly you categorize something, and you can also be arbitrary with the components that you use to categorize stuff. So it's exactly like semantics and definitions. If you define techno as a kick drum followed by a cymbal with quite simple patterns and a bit of a sort of a bit random, like a lead, you know, it's a syncopated lead or whatever. Well, then BPM's irrelevant, isn't it? It could be like 1 BPM. It'd still be techno because you've followed the rules of the other stuff, right? If you define techno as any music over 120 BPM or 100 BPM. You'd be like, okay, well, fine, then anything over 120 BPM, 100 BPM is techno, right? But then you'd be like, well, okay, Gabba or Hard House or Hard Dance, they'd probably be techno as well then, that definition. You'd have to be like, yeah. So it just depends how you define it. And then people can have like silly arguments over these things, but it's just categorizes it. It's like going, there's no such thing as it's like fish, isn't it? Actually, there is no such thing as a fish. Like at the end of the day, it's only that's category. That's how categories work. Right, we need to bind controls here. How do we do this? Steer left. Do you think this will work? Oh no, I think it's already there. I think he saved our controls. Don't know where it saved him to. Oh well. We deleted everything. How do we do a test? I just want to do a little test. Season 24. Okay. GT3 I want. LMGT3, here we go. So what should we... Let's try the Porsche first. It is. Reconfiguring's where it's at. Oh, why is my head itchy? Why is my ears itchy? Most new groundbreaking musicians make their name by creating music outside pre-prescribed definitions and rules. Exactly, that's why I'm like world recognised for iRacing Salt remixing. Nobody on Earth in the history of planet Earth went, tell you what, let's record angry people in a video game and turn it into techno. Nobody's done that yet, and that's where people like me come in, the great innovators of humanity. They call me, you know, some people are like, oh, we've got a wheel invented here. We've invented aqueducts. We've invented trains, invented electricity, invented radio. We've made rockets. We've made explosives. We've invented nuclear bombs. And here I am, pushing the boundaries of human experience. No pixel therapy. You're not welcome to my rave. When we have a huge stage with thousands of people, I'm going to specifically tell the bouncers, I'm going to go, look, this pixel therapy guy put me down when we started our music career, and you know what? You know what? We're not letting him in. He's not allowed to enjoy our music because he put us down like an injured squirrel taken to a vet for care. He put us down, and we never recovered from it. We were put down. Right, new tyres. Car sounds like a bagpipe coming out of the pit. Will it drive like iRacing? That's the real question. Still has a dead zone in the centre. Okay, the cold tyres are less grippy, it seems. What's this? Chronic understeer. Well, the cold tyres are much less grippy. This is a press version. What is this, cold tyres? Have they made LMU worse? They might have. Maybe it's more realistic, but these are horrendous cold tyres. Let's see what happens when we get them warm. This has chronic understeer on these tyres. Oh dear God, this is like... Look at this understeer, it won't turn in. The fun and excitement of tyres that don't grip. There we go, they're warming up. Isn't that fun? Okay, the tyres are warming up a little bit now. No force feedback from the rear. Stepping out. This is the thing, right? If developers make tyres less controllable or more prone to sliding, which is fine, they might be more realistic, they have to have better force feedback for that. Do you know what I mean? The force feedback has to line up with the degree to which the... You know, you have to be able to feel what the car's doing. So... It's I would say it's more realistic if a sim is unrealistically controllable, but you can feel what it's doing, than if a sim is realistically controlled. If a sim is realistic but you can't feel it, what it's doing, that's less realistic than if it's unrealistic but you can feel what it's doing. Do you see what I'm saying? Because in real life you can feel what a car's doing most of the time. It still seems easier to drive than iRacing though. Tyres are still cold, I think. We also probably need to turn the force feedback up as well. Still, I think this is. They might have made LMU more like iRacing. Just have to drive more preemptively. Which is not realistic, but esports people like it. It's really funny. You should watch. I was watching onboards of GT3 cars, and the wheel inputs are nothing like any simulator. Mate, closest is probably AC1, but even then, it's still really nothing like it. It's quite funny. Oh, H to start eating the tyres. What, in the pit lane? I mean, this is still super easy to drive, so. I was also thinking the other day, right? It's quite funny designing sims to be better for esports drivers where they don't want like a defined the slip slide, for example, which is great, but most players are not at esports level, so it's kind of weird to design a game around esport drivers' preferences when there's like 500 people doing esports. So, do you know what I mean? If in both scenarios they're not realistic, I mean, this seems totally drivable though at the moment. There's no real force feedback for the rear. Force feedback in this game is really bad, actually. I don't know why people think it's good. It really isn't. I think a lot of people confuse forgiving car handling with good force feedback. TC down here. LMU's got good net code, and if you do GT3 and hypercars, it's quite nice. They've got their own event stuff. You generally have to drive it quite different. You can be more aggressive in LMU because the car contacts aren't as ridiculous as iRacing.
The pace car is out of control.
Turn the TC off here. It still seems like weirdly slidey. Like the tyres don't have the tyres don't have the initial bite, if that makes sense. Still quite floaty. It's not this. It's weird. It's R Factor 2, just has a weird flatness to the tyres. It's kind of how slick tyres are in many ways, but. Why don't the fronts don't seem to want to bite in? Maybe they're still cold. Turn the TC off.
Lap 149.34.
I mean, it's easy. This seems easy to drive. This car seems really understeery, but force feedback's still pretty rubbish.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the
normal.
That is amazing. It's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mod. It's really good.
I mean, yeah, it's fine, I guess. Still nowhere near as good as AC1 or AMS1 in many ways. There's this weird thing with modern sims where they're like, they've got more depth to them in terms of the tyre behaviour. There's more complexity to the tyre behaviour, which in a sense is more realistic. But then they become like overly mushy and unresponsive. You know, it's really weird. I mean, so I personally would rather have a simple tyre model that's snappy and fast than a technically more advanced tyre model that's mushy and slow. You know? I mean, you'd want an advanced tyre model that's snappy and fast, really, but I don't know why that happens. There's no way to feel the limit in the force feedback, which is really bad. Like, the car's drivable, but we'll tweak our force feedback settings. But there's no... I can't feel exactly where the front slip is in the force feedback to know exactly where the productive limit is. So you're going to end up driving from memory. This is a GT3 Porsche. Not a cup car. Oh, it's not bad. It's just this is worse than AC, and AC came out in 2014. So it'll be fun to do online racing with this, I think. You know.
Lap 148.39.
I think it was still fun for a game. This has better suspension than AC, let's be honest. AC1 suspension is horrendous. The more I've played R Factor 2, LMU and iRacing, the more you notice how bad AC and ACC suspension is really bad. It's like the thing. It's like the car doesn't want to. So the thing is with the slip slide, is because there's a zone of balanced slip, right? Which is arguably what happens is esport drivers will end up just latching onto that and designing the car setup around it, and then just slip sliding every corner, right? Because it'll be the fastest way to drive, and you just get the car into the slip slide as like a somewhat baked procedural way of driving. So esports drivers won't like it because it takes away some aspect of precision or pedal and steering input, right? However, a real car does actually have a comfortable bit of combined slip. Or, if it doesn't, what you'll see is the car will do snaps. It will snap and then get into a bit of slip, snap out of it, and the driver snaps it, right? But this sim doesn't have that snapping thing. So if you get rid of the slip slide thing, which might be a positive in some ways, the problem then is it turns into iRacing, where driving is all about, it's absolutely predefined race lines through all the corners that you memorise, which in a sense is as bad as slip sliding, if not worse, because you're not getting the car into a balanced point. Yeah, the iRacing does a good job with the sound. It's a good reference point. I think it's unrealistic but good. I think if you've got the season pass, you get the new DLC. Like, the cars in this is too sluggish. If you watch an onboard of a real GT3 car, you'll see it pops out of grip very quickly, and then the driver does a quick snap correction. That's how real cars tend to behave on slicks. They'll go into a balanced four-wheel slide. They'll pop into a slide, and then you can pop out of it very quickly. It's not like drawn out. No sim has got that right. Not ever. Like in the history of sim racing, I don't know why they haven't, but. Every sim is kind of too slow in the snapping rotation, or the going from grip to no grip is too slow. Hello, Samir Hannah. But I don't know what I'm talking about, so because I haven't driven real cars, so I can't know these things. There's no way that I could know these things. I'm making it all up. Keep that in mind. Yeah, actually, you have to be an esports driver and a real driver to be able to make any comments. This is totally drivable. It feels a bit dull though to drive. Like, the force feedback's not very good. For detail. But the car's easy to drive, so we've turned the TC off. This is just boring to drive. That's like AC1 isn't boring to drive even with GT3 cars. This is fundamentally, if you're not in a race, this is boring to drive. That's the difference between this and AC1 or AMS1. Mostly because of the force feedback, I think, for me. Because I can't feel the tyre precisely. We'll tweak the force feedback. We'll give that fiddle.
That time was a 1:47.75.
Thing is, most sim racers are not good at sim racing, so they probably find this really exciting. They're not going to notice the differences. It seems a lot more understeery now than it used to be. At least with these whatever the default setup is. It's like the grip levels have just been lowered. So this is something like, so real cars have a weird initial peak grip, an initial grip before you do stuff that's seemingly higher than the rest of the grip profile. Project Motor Racing have identified this, and no sim seems to get this right. I'm not even saying Project Motor Racing have got it right, but I think the developers are onto something, identifying that. Like, it's a character you notice. I think iRacing accidentally captures it a little bit due to the thermal properties of the tyres, in that they have, before you put heat into them, they have more grip, so they have an initial pokiness under the limit. And that allows the driver to nudge your car into a corner, right, in real life. I don't think any sim has really got that right as well. I don't know what causes that, and I don't know why. Again, that's a whole nother thing. maybe that's the component that you need to get the cars to be more pokey.
That time was a 1:48.30.
I think if the force feedback was better, this would be a lot better. It's totally drivable though. Super easy to drive. This is very understeery on the throttle. We'd turn the ABS off totally. I'm moving the brake bars right back. I don't know why this is so understeering. Everything's off, all the TC's off. This is the new version of the game. We're using a press version. I think so, Benji. That's not unfair to say that. This is still a lot more progressive than iRacing's tyres, though. This is still super easy to drive, in that you can catch counter steer very easily. It's very understeery though. I don't know why now it's so understeery compared to what it used to be. It's like the front tyres. Maybe it needs more front downforce or something on this car. But it's like the tyres don't have the same grip, and like the grip's just lower. Let's punt the AI off the track. I mean, like, it's fine. This is fine, I think. It's totally drivable. We haven't been stupidly binned by the physics. The force feedback's just not very good. It's I think the game's going to crash whenever we alt tab. No, good. I think LMU's fun to race, but I think the physics are massively overrated. To be honest, like AC1 drives way better, way more like interesting tyre behaviour, even though this has better suspension, and some aspects of the grip are more realistic in this, I think, but the behaviour's boring. Boring tyre behaviour. Oh, we're back on cold tyres now. It's just dull. No, I don't use any damper. No damper, no spring, no filter. Turn it all off. Oh, actually, we do have some filter on here for so we'll try turning that off. Put that on. That's it. See if they've improved that. The problem is, the force feedback's a bit grainy in LMU, I don't know why. Well, the thing is, LMU force feedback is suspension and bumps, and it's easy to drive, so people then are like, oh, it's got amazing force feedback. It's like, well, actually, in terms of describing where the grip is, not so much. Even iRacing with Marvin's force feedback app, I don't know about with GT3 cars, but with Formula cars, it's way more detailed. In some ways more detailed than AC1 for pure tyre, front tyre slip feel, steering rack feel. GT3 cars tend to be very dull anyway in every sim, probably because of how tanky they are. No, I don't run any filter on anything. Yeah, I mean, LMU's a bit more like iRacing now in that you need to drive more preemptively. But then it's more forgiving than iRacing still. And the slides are more sort of, the grip comes back slightly quicker. Still, like, everything's a bit slow motion-y, a bit sloppy. Yeah, it'd be funny if iRacing's new tyre model was really good. I mean, if this is drivable, and the GT3 cars at the end of the day, and GT3 cars are shit race cars in Sims. Like, they're so bad, it's really sad. Like, in real life, they'd be fantastic because you're in a race car, and they also seem to have good... In real life, they're way more agile. Like, you can just watch an onboard of a GT3 car. They look nothing like how they drive in any of the sims. It's like... So GT3 cars are terrible for racing. They're badly simulated in everything. They're not good race cars, right? And yet they've become the most popular thing, and it's really weird. It's like they're probably one of the worst things for sims, to be honest. And it's just branding, so they're popular. Does seem like in LMU you now have to be more careful on the throttle. There's no force feedback for the rear. At least I don't think there is. It's just that it's very easy to drive, so it doesn't really matter so much. Oh, look at that. No force feedback for that. So you'd have to just see, that's a big problem with sims. You have to you just have to know in advance that amount of throttle and that amount of angle will cause the rear to lose grip in a way that you won't be able to catch unless you preemptively know, which is shit. From a sim perspective, that's rubbish, because you then just have to rote memorise that. I mean, we could probably just catch that by counter steering very quickly, but it's just a bit lame. In a real car, you just counter steer that type of situation as it happens, because it happens all the time. It just happens all the time. If you're pushing, be constant. So I think in many ways, yeah, my settings are fine. I think they've probably made this worse, you know. I can see how people will think they've made it better. You don't need DD autosaves, that's not even a requirement. I don't think, a lot of people don't realise how easy a GT3 car is to drive, or should be, unless you're absolutely ponying it on the limit. Well, I'm John. I can't believe you. No, but you can't see that. And also, I don't know what you're saying. Like, the problem is, so many people have such bizarre views on force feedback. I don't know what they're saying. Because most people don't even know why AC1 has such good force feedback, or why Marvin's force feedback app is so good. No, so TC and ABS will just mask the slip. If you can drive, you just use your brake and your throttle pedal as to what grip's available. So, yeah, no. That's just avoid. So people that struggle sliding and then have to use ABS and TC, it's because they don't have the pedal skills to adopt. Like, okay, there's two aspects to this. One is that a GT3 car will be designed to be driven with some TC and some ABS. So they'll design the car setup around having some TC and some ABS. So it might be very loose with them totally off. So generally you would run with some TC and some ABS. But however, R Factor 2 and LMU are incredibly forgiving to drive. The slides are very slow motion. So if you, like, look, we've got the TC off, everything's off. It's very easy to drive. You try driving with TC and ABS off in other sims, good luck. So it's not about that. The point is it then allows you to feel exactly what the thing is that's causing the issue, or if you can feel when it's understeering, oversteering. Yeah, George, I don't disagree that the Simucube and some other wheels have much smoother force feedback, especially than a Moza, and some aspects of the signal. It could be the signal frequency and stuff. However, if a Sim's force feedback doesn't come clearly through a Moza, the force feedback's buggered, right? Like it should be very, very obvious with a Moza or any force feedback wheel, right? Do you know what I mean? It shouldn't just be that only with a specific DD wheel do we get detailed force feedback. That's the point. Yeah, the problem with LMU is the tyre slip is not exactly that detailed, and the rear coming out's not detailed, and locking up's not detailed. But it's a really easy sim to drive and very forgiving, so people then think it's fine. Yeah, they feel some bumps and some counter steer that's very aggressive. Like, look at Evo, right? There's loads of people going, "Oh, Evo's force feedback is so good. It's like my real road car," and it's like it's really strong. And it's like, that's not the point. That's not useful to drive from. But they're too shit at driving to know what's relevant, right? But most sim racers as well are just not good enough to have to even talk about these things. They've never driven within 1.5 seconds of track pace with the specific cars that they're driving. If you can't do that, hypothetically, I'm not saying every influencer or driver or whatever has to be able to drive. Yeah, I'm not saying they can't identify stuff, but if you're not at a skill level of being able to trail brake or be able to set a lap time that's 1.5 seconds of pace, you're not at a skill level to really be able to talk about what's relevant or what's not, right? I mean, some people will be if they just haven't set the time, but you should, you know, that's the whole point of a lap time. It kind of does give you a framework for you to demonstrate that you can control a car. You could argue that they could get there through memorization rather than actual car handling skill, but, you know.
Lap 150.45.
The thing is as well, when it comes to force feedback, if you do memorization driving, you can drive with no force feedback in a gamepad and be very competitive, at which point obviously force feedback's no longer relevant anyway, so. It is weird. The changes they've made to this mean that you have to drive it in more of an iRacing way. So it's more. You now have to drive it more on the brake pedal, rotating the car with the brake pedal, and it's got more understeer on the front has less bite, so there's less steering wheel authority now. So you're driving more through the trail braking rather than the driving more through the trail braking rather than the front steering, if that makes sense. Have they fixed the flat spot thing? They might have fixed the flat spotting coming through the force feedback too much. The downside of having to drive in the iRacing way as well, where you drive more aggressively on the brake to rotate the car, driving through trail braking basically, the downside of that is A, it magnifies initial corner entry as a priority as opposed to reactive driving, and B, it means that you're more likely to be on the brake harder to control the car, which means you're more likely to overheat the rears or spin from trail braking slightly too hard. But I mean, it is what it is, just a slightly different way of driving. It's more forgiving than iRacing though at the moment. I wouldn't say it's a bad update. So there's multiple aspects to it. I can see why esports drivers would prefer this type of handling. I can see why esports drivers don't like the slip slide component, because it just means there's a baked handling condition that you then set the car up for and you drive for, which then becomes very boring for people that do a shitload of sim racing and that are very good, because they're at a skill level where they'll just slip slide every corner, and so it just removes any like depth out of the sim. This is more. So I think it's fair to say that most people would find understeer a bit tedious to drive with. You might be able to dial it out with setup. The cold tyres are boring for you. It takes ages. It takes like 3 laps. But the cars don't just bin you on the cold tyres. It's just understeery. It is what it is. I mean, it's not that it's terrible. It will be more frustrating for lower skilled drivers because it's easier to lose the car on a corner where the car's really on edge. It's easier to just lose the car, and then a less experienced driver will just find that frustrating, whereas in the past they would have been able to counter steer it a lot easier, or the car just wouldn't have lost it. So for less skilled drivers it'll probably be more frustrating. From a racing perspective, there'll be less productive lines through corners with this type of physics, so you'll end up with fewer overtakes, especially at mid-skilled racing and mid-skill level of sim racing, because the more narrow the sort of controllable slip on a tyre is, the less productive lines there are through a corner, or the more that the car that's driving in the grip, the more of an advantage they have, and so you end up with it being harder to overtake. So but at a really high level, the overtakes are going to be mostly from forcing an overtake from a car. Like it's a type of corner where you can brake late and go up the inside, and the car on the outside has to be on the outside lane. So that at a high level, everyone's driving so close anyway, you can only do certain types of overtakes generally, regardless, because they're all so close to each other's pace. Especially with GT3 that has ABS. So yeah, it's complicated because you can't just break things down into a simple. Well, the other thing is, lower skilled drivers probably don't really notice the subtle differences in how they're relevant or not. They're not really going to know because they're not at a skill level to drive that consistently. You know, it's surprising the sheer number of drivers that aren't even trail braking. They're not even driving the car on the brake pedal, right? That's 80% of sim racers. They're not even modulating the throttle and putting the power down gradually. So we can try some other cars. The Porsche seems oddly understeery though, and doesn't seem to rotate, which is weird. As much as I generally like it to rotate more. Well, they're all video games in the end. All these driving sims, they're all being played as video games. It's still way more forgiving than iRacing, you know, or at least until maybe today. We'll see. I'm not quite sure what other people... We've turned all the TC and ABS off and we're running... Well, it's mid-brake bars. It's still very drivable. This is with the Porsche. We'll try some other cars.
Lap 149.4.
I mean, it was... In fairness, it was pretty ridiculous how the GT3 cars drove with TC off before. Like, they were sliding all over the place, which is not... Outside of slip sliding in these sports, it would just seemed a bit ridiculous. So, you know, am I feeling refreshed? Not really. Yeah, you need to be able to feel the force feedback's not good in this game. It's massively overrated. I don't know what's wrong with people. And yeah, sure, maybe in the Simulcube it feels quite good, but it should feel way better in every wheel. Like, play iRacing on a Moza with Marvin's force feedback app, and there's so much detail there. Play AC or AMS1 or Automobilista 2. You can feel exactly what the load on the tyre is, which that makes the cars feel more agile, allows you to be way more precise. Yeah, you just need to be able to feel the slip curve of the front two tyres and then everything that applies to them at a really high fidelity. Maybe it is marginally better now than it was before, though, in fairness. But then some of that might be because you have to drive differently now. Yeah, Marvin's app, I think, just scales the force feedback really well. Because iRacing has pretty shit force feedback out of the box. Unless you happen to have, like, a magical wheel that works, gives the detail. Even then, the physics are so bad in iRacing. But Marvin's gives you really... It scales the force feedback signal. Whatever it does, you can feel iRacing's tyre model, as bad as it is. The update is later today for this. But this is we're using a press version of the game. Right, we'll try putting this on 100 and then turn our wheel down. This R-Factor 2... R-Factor 2 has always had super weird force feedback, guys. It's always been weird. Let's put it on, like... So normally you want to put it on, like, 70. So then you get the most dynamic range from the sim. But the problem is, you put this on 70, you turn your wheel down, you then end up with, like, clipping. You still don't get the detail. It's really weird how hard it is to get a dynamic range out of R-Factor 2, and... it does seem... It might just be this car, but it does seem that we can run with lower smoothing without it being as notchy as it used to be, which is good. That makes a change. Then again, I'm running filters on here to remove high frequency noise, so that'll probably start feeling notchy if I put this up on it like this. We have no filters on here at all. Maximum torque, no filters. So yeah, in Marvin's app you can feel where the tyre is at.
The pace car is out of control.
It's good for what it is, and you can dial it in really nicely. And you've also got the seat of the pants options with Marvin's that you can. I don't use it, but if you want to, you can dial it in and tweak it. Is F125 ranked multiplayer good? Alternative. I've not played it. It's not really my sort of thing. iRacing's like £250, £350 a year. LMU's probably better for general online racing for value for money, or stuff like low fuel motorsports for the original Assetto Corsa. The problem is people can't drive Formula 1 cars like in anything. They're too hot. Well, first of all, real drivers can't drive Formula 1 cars properly because they're terrible race cars. They're awful race cars. They're terrible for racing. So you should just delete Formula 1 from your brain. Stuff like F4, F2, F3, vintage cars, so much better. Modern F1 cars are garbage. F2004, 90s F1, 80s F1, all modern F1 cars should be binned. Anything from 2000, like anything from the DRS era onwards, should be put in the dustbin. How good is Le Mans' ultimate realism of car handling compared to iRacing and Assetto Corsa? Well, first of all, they're all video games, so they're all quite abstract from how real cars drive. If you're going to say how realistic, you then have to quantify individual components. So to try and do that, LMU has good suspension, general, like the car details, the traction control, the car systems, the different vehicles generally handle like the behaviours. And this is the same with all the sims. This is iRacing, AC and stuff. The thing is, it's not really a case of which is more realistic. It's like which works better as a video game is more important. iRacing is getting a tire model update today that supposedly will make the GT3 a lot better and the F4 car, because there's a iRacing has really bad tire physics issues, which means that you cannot drive iRacing like real cars in the slightest. You learn how to play iRacing. It's fun, but it's not nothing about how you drive well. The problem is you have to know too much. Like anything I say now, unless you knew, would not help you understand. They're all video games. They all they just play them. Just play them. Which is more or less realistic is probably the wrong question to be asking. The question to be asking is, which is the most compelling to play at home with your equipment that you've got? This should be a video I should make. Like, it is relevant which is more or less realistic, because they are sold as simulators with the idea being that they are realistic. And so it's a fair question for someone to go, well, which is more realistic or which is closer to driving a real car? But then as soon as you try to answer that question, you start having to get into the weeds of breaking down suspension, tyre models, netcode, AI, online. Now, ACC is complete shit. That's not even in the question. ACC is terrible. Don't worry about that. ACC is garbage. So, basically, you will... So, put it this way, pretty much every real driver I know that uses a sim at home to practice, they will basically use Assetto Corsa 1.
I don't like ACC
with a mod car.
Like the normalist.
So
it's probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even
this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Mods. It's really good.
Yeah, so if I personally was going to go and drive a race car at a track, I would use AC1 to copy. I'd get a mod made of that car. I would dial the mod in, develop the mod, dial it in, and then and then you've got more tracks in AC. So, if in a literal simulator sense, and whilst also being aware that AC1 has really weird suspension, it has overly controllable slides in a certain particular way when overdriving, and the tyres wear out in an unrealistic way, and the tyres don't heat up in a realistic way. The thing is, if you wanted to train to be a pro driver, you would be like, oh, right, I'm going to use iRacing for the competition. But you could use Gran Turismo, right? You could use Gran Turismo to learn tracks. There's Isle of Man TT bike riders that practice the Isle of Man circuit on the Isle of Man video game, because the track model is really good, and so they're not using it for it to feel like the real driving. but they're using it to learn the layout of the track to a high level, right? Yeah, so when it comes to literal simulation, you have the tech of the tire model, the physics, whatever, but then quite a large part of literal simulation is you keep going backwards, back and forwards between the simulator and the specific car you're simulating to like line up aspects of it and keep tweaking your simulator to keep lining up. You go backwards and forwards, right? To a degree, that's just not feasible, practical, or worthwhile with most home simulators, because you're never going to drive the real car, so those sorts of differences are irrelevant to you. It's pointless. Like, you're not so so then you get to the aspect of, well, what you're mainly focusing on is like overarching general behaviors of like general tire behaviors. What can you feel, you know? Seaburgo, what on your wheelbase Ace feels the best, but you're just talking about the AccuForce wheel. Yeah, but the problem with that is you then end up using like stuff that so ultimately the force feedback from a game is driven by the simulator's physics. If the simulator's physics are shit, you could make your force feedback maybe seem like it's more detailed, but ultimately the physics are shit. So you might have force feedback that feels quite nice, but it's not going to correlate to what's actually happening in the simulator. No, I've got an AccuForce one wheel that has the same sort of settings and options on it, and ultimately, when I play simulators a lot, you end up just going back to the basic simulator force feedback, and as I say, ultimately, the physics of the sim are what really drive the force feedback, and what you find is that the simulators themselves have messed up physics, and that's why the force feedback feels messed up in those sims that have messed up force feedback for the most part. And sure, you can add in extra things that can make it easier and more fun to drive, but you'll eventually just come back to the fact that the simulator has messed up physics and you have to drive around those messed up physics. So Evo has some really messed up physics at the moment, like the grip just disappearing off the cars, even easy to drive cars. The driving is just really stale. It's worse than AC1. So force feedback can't fix that. You just end up having to underdrive the vehicles. So that's the problem with Evo. You might be able to make it feel okay on your wheel, but the physics are messed up. They're currently developing the tire model still, and they're doing quite a lot to it. So, right, what did we? Oh yeah, we turned the wheel up. See, now we're going to need to put some filter on the wheel because of the bumps. Yeah, LMU's normally got people. Well, that's the other thing as well. You're playing a video game, you want people to race, doesn't really matter. What's the button to reset the force feedback? Well, I have like an AccuForce wheel, Mozart 12, OSW, 3 Fanatec wheels, T300, G293, T300. I've used pretty much every wheel on the market. I have everything. Well, I've got an AccuForce wheel, but I just found their software annoying to use. Why is it resetting TC and everything every time we pit? Not really. I mean, there's a little bit more dynamic range, but everything's just a bit sloppy in this sim. It's just a bit sloppy. It's easy to drive, but it's just a bit sloppy. GT3 cars can be a bit sloppy in general, but well, they're all. You can't say that, Seaburgo. It depends. It's a mixture of things. Like, the problem is that even a bog standard 5 Nm Moser or SimuCube or whatever, or Sim Magic, those wheels are they're more than good enough that any sim should give you a ton of detail. Like, the idea that you need to have a specific DD with specific telemetry force feedback is ridiculous. Like, it's such a stupid concept. The sims themselves should just put out a range of force feedback signal that any wheel can use, like what Marvin's force feedback app does for iRacing. You know, like the wheels now. When I started sim racing, we had like a Momo Black and a G25. The wheels now are so much better for detail. It's actually quite mental. The reason why LMU feels like shit for the most part is because it's based on R-Factor 2, which came out in 2012. And R-Factor 2 was so, yeah, like, it's just bad. It's just badly programmed, the force feedback. Not badly programmed, it's just they haven't like, it's just a specific way of doing stuff. But it could be a lot better. But the developers are small. Sim developers are tiny, and force feedback is not #1 priority. Just getting the game to work and making money is. No, it's fun. Okay, it doesn't feel like it's better than ACC, but ACC's effing terrible. But most people think ACC's fine because they never played any other sims. So the problem is, most people haven't been sim racing for 30 years, so they don't know how shit things have become. So the problem is, for most people, they came to sim racing in COVID and they played ACC and iRacing. Both sims have pretty bad force feedback. iRacing has terrible physics and bad force feedback on most wheels, unless you're using a SimuCube or Marvin's force feedback app, and even then it still has terrible physics, which maybe they're fixing today, who knows. And then R-Factor 2 has always had really over-the-top suspension and vibrational stuff, and an overly aggressive self-aligning, but not much detail for the actual precise feel of the tyres, right, on most wheels. But so anyway, and then ACC, as soon as you compress the suspension, you don't get any dynamic range to the force feedback. But before that, you get really aggressive self-aligning, and you can catch anything in ACC because just the way the cars are, you can just counter steer and catch it. So shit drivers are like, oh, ACC's amazing force feedback. So, and in LMU, it's very easy to drive on the grand scale of things. It's very forgiving, even with this update. But most sim racers latch onto, does the force feedback counter steerer stop me spinning, and can I feel track vibrations? Most sim racers don't focus on, can I feel the precise amount of grip that the tyres have through the corner? Because they don't know any better. So the problem is this conversation is completely broken in that probably 70% of sim racers have no idea what actual good, useful force feedback is in terms of how it correlates to driving better. And also, most sim racers don't even know what realistic cars drive like as well. Like 60-70% of sim racers think that iRacing, they think that's how real cars drive. So, most people have not been on a racetrack in any vehicle on slick tyres at track pace. So they don't realise what a car handles like in that scenario, or they don't have an intuition to it. Yeah, I do. I do know, because I've used every simulator on the market for like 1,000+ hours. I've used every wheel on the market. I've been around a racetrack in a race car, multiple race cars. So I do, yeah. And I'm capable of looking at videos and seeing how cars move around and being like, oh, I can see what's going on there. Oh no! Oh, bloody hell. Oh, Trillionen. She's going.
777 Billionen 777
oh my God.
777 Millionen
Thanks, Thomas.
777 7 Billiarden 777 Billionen 777 Milliarden 777 Millionen 777 777 Millionen 777
I'm using the pre-release of LMU.
777 Septillionen 777 Sextilliarden 777 Sextillionen 777 Quintilliarden 777 Quintillionen 777 Quadrilliarden 777 Quadrillionen 777 Trilliarden 777 Trillionen 777 Billiarden 777 Billionen 777 Milliarden 777 Millionen 777.777
Oh my God, Thomas.
777
Yeah, the new tyres are more it's just easier to it's easier to slide, but it's yeah, we just said at the start of this video, I do a video explaining it. I think I can see how for esports drivers, they will think it's generally better. I think for most players, it's probably actually worse. From a general enjoyment of the simulator perspective, the force feedback's still terrible if you actually want detail to feel what the vehicle's doing. Like if you were to compare the force feedback in LMU to Mirror with iRacing, or AC, or Automobilista 1 or Automobilista 2, LMU is still generally very drivable, very easy to drive on the grand scheme of things if you have basic car control, but the tyre model will reinforce preemptive driving more and driving on the brake pedal more. It's more, you'd have to drive it more like you'd drive iRacing, using more trail braking to rotate the car. So it's more pedal authority than steering wheel authority. So that's just going to depend on your driving style as to if you care more or less about that. It's more forgiving than iRacing though. You can still counter steer stuff. It's less forgiving than ACC, more forgiving than less forgiving than AC1 in a sense, but the cars still feel like very tanky. The slides are still quite slow. The responsiveness of the vehicle is quite tanky and slow, as GT3 cars tend to be for some reason in driving simulators. It's not how they are in real life. Like they're not like they're not Formula cars, obviously, but just watch an onboard of a GT3 car, see how snappy they are compared to how they are in any simulator. No, I'm just honest. Arnell, I've got 30 years of sim racing experience, so I can tell you the difference between each simulator. I could just tell you I'm just going to tell you exactly and then I can tell you from a game design, from a gameplay perspective, how it's likely to affect different players. Right? Because I know how different players tend to play different simulators, or how it will affect different skill levels of player. But that's because, yeah, like it's just. No, I think Nintendo Switch is too expensive for what it is, but obviously it's not because it's sold out. I would wait for an OLED version that's smaller. Also, it's too big for a handheld. Also, there's not enough first-party release titles for the Switch 2. Mario Kart is always amazing. It's lame that you need to buy a Switch 2 just to get a new Mario Kart, given that Mario Kart 8 wasn't even that different from Mario Kart 7. I like Mario Kart. I'm not going to buy a Switch 2 just for Mario Kart. That's my Switch 2 review. I just use the Switch for Tetris. I do have a Switch. I do quite like Nintendo games. Yeah, Switch 2 doesn't make sense at the moment. Switch 2 will make sense when an smaller OLED version comes out. Then I think it'll be a good console. I don't mind iRacing's UI. Right, let's change car here. So, I mean, it's still, like, easy to drive. So, the thing with Sims is... it's still GT3 cars. Like, sim racers. There's, like... there's a narrative in sim race. Like, it's really weird. At any point in time... there's like some kind of like sim racing narrative that's like an aggregate of where the marketing happens to be in sim racing, and then that sets like a narrative baseline for the culture of sim racing. And as I say, that's not set by what's better or what's actually worst objectively. It's set by the kind of marketing narrative. So at the moment, there's like this obsession with GT3 cars and what's relevant with GT3, even though it is an objective fact that GT3 cars are some of the worst cars for racing and some of the worst types of cars in simulators for a multitude of reasons. Heavy, different car systems, power steering, they'll be vague through force feedback. You know, there's a whole bunch of reasons why GT3 cars are probably not the best cars for sim racing, but they're good. They're brands, so they're marketing, so they get a draw. But then, so that we've got this whole sort of obsession with GT3 and this sort of stuff around that. Then we followed on from, as I say, from ACC and iRacing in COVID times when more people came to sim racing. So a bulk of sim racers have a very skewed perspective of sim racing because they came to it during the worst phase. Like iRacing and ACC are the worst simulators. They're demonstrably worse than GTR Evolution, Live for Speed, AC1. Like they are worse simulators. They're actually worse video games and they're worse simulators. Most real world drivers will play AC1 or some older sim, right? And then you have like LMU, which is a really nicely polished version of R Factor 2. Everyone ignored R Factor 2 when it came out in 2012, and most people said it was complete shit, right? But LMU is basically the same as R Factor 2. Now, R Factor 2 does have some aspects that are really good. It does have complex tire model, suspension's good, network's good. I quite like how R Factor 2 plays, but it's quite funny how just by putting GT3 cars into a very polished version of R Factor 2, somehow it's miraculously now not R Factor 2 and the entire perception of it changes. It's really weird. It's just not rational at all. Like people's perceptions of stuff and the general narratives around Sims are completely disconnected from the actual reality of Sims. Now, also, we also now have DD wheels, right? Which are really good. And back when R Factor 2 first came out, OSWs in 2012, direct drive wheels, the first direct drive wheels, were just starting to appear, right? And everybody in sim racing, pretty much everybody in sim racing, vast majority of sim racers were like, oh, we're never going to spend that much money on a steering wheel. What a waste of money. It's totally pointless. Oh, you don't need the detail. Oh, rubbish. It's terrible. And then there was like me and a bunch of other people going, no, this is obviously the future. Guys at Granity Devices, who then ended up becoming Simucube, were like, yeah, obviously this is going to be the future. Anyway, now, 15 years on, everyone's like, oh, DD wheels, great. But then the Sims don't use the DD wheels properly. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense, guys. It's actually mental. And then now people are obsessed with, like, now people are obsessed with, like, DD wheels, but then they don't actually demand that the simulators use their DD wheels. But they've seen the marketing for DD wheels is really strong. It's like, oh, smooth, detail, force feedback. You know, the marketing promotes all the good aspects of a DD wheel. So that then becomes something that people latch onto to be like, oh, I really want a DD wheel. It's going to be amazing. But none of the marketing for DD wheels says, yeah, by the way, guys, you bought this awesome piece of hardware, but the software is completely terrible because the Sims don't actually take advantage of it. Some do, but a lot don't really take advantage of it. So, as I say, ultimately what happens is the educational level of, or the culture for a lot of things is basically just set by corporate marketing, by individual companies that are trying to market their products, and then there's an aggregate effect of that marketing that sets a benchmark for the sort of educational level and perception of a thing. And that then becomes the de facto reality of something, which is often, if not almost always, actually completely disconnected from the real reality of something. Now, unfortunately, if you're someone that's actually been immersed in something for 30 years, you then become really aware of this disconnect that's insane. And the worst thing is, you point this disconnect out and you say, no, this is what's going on here, this is how this actually is, and you give reasons, but people are a lot of people are so unable to do basic critical thinking and form all their views from an argument from authority and through marketing, because, well, the marketing is obviously more correct than someone else's good points. They will absolutely just attack you and dismiss anything you say. So, so you're like, it's so stupid. I always wondered as a kid, I was like, oh, why are these older people in motorsports so, like, seemingly annoyed? Or why do these older people in this industry, why are they seemingly a bit frustrated? It's like, well, now I know. Now I know. I mean, it is funny, so there's that. Right, I'm going to try a different car. Do you talk to an actual code developer from the studio? Yeah, I know multiple programmers. And yeah. I think LMU developers have done a really good job, really, with their resources, to be honest, with what they've done with this. They're trying to do the best. The crux of it is, from a sim development perspective, is there's not enough time and there's not enough money for them to focus on certain things. So they're just trying to get a game working that they can sell. That's the reality. That's just the reality of games development. And Sims are not like a ginormous profit. You know, it's not like mobile phone games. So you, in a sense, you should be just lucky that you've got a bloody game to play. Luke, they do generally understand it. As I say, it's the issue is that there's so the reason why LMU is how LMU is because of a programming decision made by rFactor 2 developers 20 years ago. The reason AC1 is how it is because of an arbitrary programming decision made when Kunos were first developing Netcar, when Stefano was developing Netcar. The reason rFactor 1, AMS 1, the reason why they are like how they are is because of a programmer was like in a rush and then went, oh, this seemed like a good idea 40 years ago, 30 years ago, right? That's what happens with games. And then what happens is games get built on top of games and then stuff gets sort of like stuck because to change it would require you to change too much stuff. This is a press version of the game we're using. Let's try a different car here. No, Tony, that's not true. It's not just a matter of taste. We go through this a billion times. So, right. Yeah, I don't disagree. I know what you're trying to say, but the way you've said it reinforces a myth. And the myth is that force feedback is entirely subjective, whereas what someone enjoys is subjective, but what's useful isn't subjective. So what it's like, some people enjoy black and white films and some people enjoy colour films. They're stylistically different, but they're also objectively different. A colour film has more detail, i.e. colour, whereas a black and white film doesn't have colour. Someone might prefer black and white because it might give a certain style or feel to it, but it is objectively different. That's the same with force feedback. But yeah, I know you're making a separate point. Like, if you have literal force feedback with some cars in real life, you would feel nothing through your wheel. I've driven cars in real life where you feel nothing through the steering wheel. Other cars, you feel a lot through the steering wheel. Some are in between. Drivers generally drive cars through what they feel through their body, not the steering wheel. So yeah, ultimately, video games are fundamentally abstract from the real activity in both that they're not perfectly realistic. So there's compromises, and so that's part of the art of it, I guess. Is this the new track? This one, Qatar. Another desert track. Pixel Therapy. Now, my worry for Project Motor Racing is that the developers of that game actually like good cars. My worry is that sim racers are some of the dullest people on earth and won't understand and would rather drive GT3 drivel than like 90s GT cars. Like, stuff from the 2000s and prior are just better race cars. Like, any real driver, any like professional race driver would be like, what, right, we'll give you a choice. You can drive the latest GT3 car, or you can drive this 90s whatever. They would probably go for the 90s car. So we say, you can absolutely pwn it, we don't care. Like, you know, it would be modern motorsport would be so much better if we were all just if they were racing slightly safer made versions of the old cars. New cars look terrible. Actually, the new Aston Martin, which is ironically the slowest, but it doesn't have any. It just has a electric starter motor. That car is really nice looking, and I think it sounds okay as well. Philobyte. I've got an AccuForce wheel already. I know how you can dial it in, but you have to consider that when I'm talking about stuff, that one of the reasons why I use a Moser wheel when I can use any wheel on the market is that a Moser wheel represents kind of an average for what's accessible for a majority of people. So I was reluctant to get a 5090 graphics card because as well, it doesn't represent the average of what most people are going to have in their systems. But for me, I don't like getting motion sickness and headaches, and I don't want to fiddle with settings all the time. I don't really do graphics card reviews, so it doesn't matter too much. But like, I like to have equipment on my sim rig that's generally in line with what's probably going to be the average of what most people have, so that when I comment on things, when I'm forming my views, I can be like, this is the general, you know, this is relevant to the majority of you. So, you love watching my streams. Hello. Would sim racing be for you? Would a sim have to be for you to not be negative? I'm not being negative. I'm critical. People often forget. Like, yeah, I know I sound like I'm being negative. It's just I only had 4 hours sleep last night. This is just how I talk when I have 4 hours sleep. I'm not being negative. The things that I'm negative about. I enjoy sims. I'm actually having fun. It might not seem like it. I'm just being critical and pointing out hypocrisy and the stupidity of sim racing. That's not negative. Things that genuinely make me negative is like politics at the moment and certain things that are happening in the world, but I don't really talk about it that much because it's too depressing. So that's genuinely negative. Okay, we do talk about wealth and equality a fair bit, I'll be honest, but you know, what would I like to see from Sims? What would I like to see happen? What I would love is for a like AC1 general-ish tyre model, but without the over-forgiving slip. Also with it having more advanced tyre wear behaviour, because AC has some tyre wear issues and overheating issues if you do a slide. So like a sort of mixture of AC1 on the limit behaviour, with iRacing under the limit behaviour, with R Factor 2 iRacing suspension, with R Factor 2 LMU netcode, with iRacing online structure, but without iRacing's ridiculous payment model. And then I think you could innovate quite significantly in terms of force feedback. But let's say you just went for like a mixture of AC1 force feedback with something like Marvin's force feedback for iRacing as a thing to shoot for. And then I would want cars predominantly in the sim that are good race cars. Formula Ford, F4, F3, F2004, the 90s GT cars, Maserati MC12, like historical GT cars, historical Formula cars. So, you know, and then, oh, how about this? I would like a single player that was done as a roguelike. So if you don't know what roguelike is, it's basically each time you play the game, when you die, you're dead. So you play the game, the driving simulator, like a roguelike. So you start the single player, and it's like, right, it's a racing career. And yeah, if you crash, if you have a big crash in the game and you get injured or you run out of money, that's it, it's game over. So as you're playing through the single player, you have to accrue money and sponsors and credits by making choices that then allows you to like move to a different race series after doing like between 3 and 8 races. So you could do like a fast mode or a long mode. It depends how you could balance it. It doesn't really matter. And then the idea would be to go through. The idea is to go as far as possible, make as much money as possible. As a roguelike structure in a single player type game. Yeah, of course it's a good idea, but will it happen? Probably not, because it's a good idea. It's the most obvious thing to do. That's also, ironically, one of the lower effort things to do and cheaper things to do from a developer perspective, which is why most indie titles use a roguelike structure. And you could even shoehorn it into something like AC1, or you could do it with any of these types of games. It depends how you decided to flesh it out. I know I did do game design for a few years before I got into YouTube, so you know. Novotny likes my shirt. Thank you, Novotny. Appreciate it. I bought this shirt at 3 a.m. in the morning yesterday, and I wasn't sure if it was a good purchase or not. But it's a nice different shirt. I look like I'm going golfing. Thank you for noticing. See, Novotny cares. Money's in the post. Tyre model is less forgiving to get optimal temperatures to work. No, ever's the best sim ever. Oh, I don't know. The cold tyres definitely stay colder for longer, and the cars are definitely, well, the Porsche was a lot more understeery on the cold tyre. Maybe it's like marginally better force feedback, but the cars are more. You have to drive more on the brake pedal. Bloody hell! Also, there's less grip from the tyres. But it's weird how the cars are understeery, off throttle understeer more. The cars have lost steering authority, but instead you're having to drive more on the brake, more like iRacing in some ways, but still more forgiving. The cold tyres are weird, to be honest. Like, I can't believe that a GT3's cold tyres are like this. Maybe they are, but cold slicks. You know, See, I think most people will find this update worse, to be honest. Like, in many ways, like most people playing LMU, I don't think are that good at sim racing. There's obviously an esports contingent, but I think the changes they've made will actually be worse for most people that play LMU in terms of enjoyment of a video game. Like, look at this understeer. Like, the cold tires really magnify changes. But I'm not here to sell updates. I'm here to just say what I say, and then you can make of it as you will. We just turned it all off, but no, oh Jesus, like, don't repeat other YouTubers' videos back to me, please. Don't watch another YouTuber and go, well, it looked like it was really slippy, and they just said that you needed to put the TC and ABS on. Please do not repeat what other YouTubers say to me. No, you don't need more TC now. So the point would be, honestly, guys, sometimes I just need to microwave my head. The reason why you would run with lower TC and intentionally have the car slip is then you can then feel how prone it is to slipping, right? LMU is one of the, was probably a little bit less forgiving than ACC in some ways, but it's super forgiving. Even with the TC on 0, even with this update, it's still incredibly forgiving as a simulator, as it should be. Like, real tyres are actually quite forgiving. If you are spinning and you have to put TC on, get good. Now, separate to that, obviously, car setups in a real GT3 car, they will run with a bit of TC as a normal thing, and they'll probably set the car up with the expectation of having a certain amount of TC, ABS, you know, all these systems. They will use the systems to get the best result out of the car, dependent on the driver that's driving the car, and dependent on the setup, and dependent on the track, right? So in real life, they would generally always run with a bit of TC, you know, because they'll be like, well, we don't. It's just logical, guys. What's going to be fastest for the situation they've got? That's what they're going to use. And then they'd also be like, well, it turns out that the drivers are spinning up the wheels too much. We're burning through the tyres too quickly. So, well, we'll just get them to put a bit more TC on, or a bit slip cut or whatever. So we're not, you know, they'll just work it out through the telemetry, through their strategy. I've just Mozart R12 just turned all the filter off. Yeah, you'll obviously spin whilst you're trying to find the limit. The thing to say is, don't ever watch a single YouTube video or influencer or race driver and then take what they're saying as like a gospel thing. Just try stuff out for yourself. Try things out for yourself and see what you think, right? And come to your own conclusions and try different things. And then also think that stuff's not binary. There's always like variations to things. No, it's not just Jar. I don't know. I'm sure other influencers. The point isn't even what one influencer has said. The point I'm just saying is, don't watch like my live stream and repeat what I've said to other people. They'll slap you. Think for yourselves. That's all I'm saying. Don't watch influencers and repeat what they say, because they're idiots. All of them. All influencers are idiots. Some more than others. I should know. Like, also, imagine playing a video game and then constantly talking and reading chat whilst playing it. You're going to just say dumb stuff all the time. But yeah, this is a big problem in sim racing. Is it's like the driver coaching stuff. I know I go on about. I'm not saying driver coaching is bad. I recommend watching driver coaching videos, or even doing it if you want to do it, right? But it's a video game. You should try stuff out, see what you like, see what you don't like, see what works, see what doesn't work, and think about the reasons as to why it works and doesn't work, and think about why you like and don't like it, right? Rather than being fed what to think. You know, you should. I would. It's more enjoyable, I think, to just try stuff out yourself. Like, a lot of people don't seem to have that perspective on life, which is really weird to me, because for me, I'm biased in the opposite direction. I'm really stubborn in that I don't want to be told things. I want to find things out for myself, because from my view, thank you, the Knox. From my view, life is literally you've been born against your will, you've been forced into the universe, and the one thing you have is your perspective to try stuff out for yourself. That's life, right? That's the point. I'm gonna just obviously there's a balance. Like, sure, you might want to get better or to get the most out of some things. You might want to research it and can also consider other views and stuff. I'm not saying don't do that, but I'm also saying play. The crux of what I'm getting at, we'll get there eventually. The crux of what I'm getting at is that people should play. You can look at other information, look at guides, read other people's view on things, but be playful, play with things. I don't know why. It's like once people get past the age of 8, play is frowned upon. It's like, oh no, that's inefficient. Playing is inefficient. So, oh, hang on, playing's the point. In my view, I mean, you might disagree. I guess it's philosophically debatable. What's it like? The game, or when we're going to when you're coming over to mine? Hello. Oh, hello, Lentillions raided us with 2 billion people. Look at this, Lentillion guys. Welcome to the Lentillion crew. Sexy Lentillion. He's a good-looking guy, by the way. Go and guys, go and follow Lentillion. He genuinely is a sexy guy. I'm jealous. He's got hair. He'd look better with a shaved head. Go and follow him, guys. If you're on YouTube, check out his channel. He's genuinely. Sadly, he plays Trackmania, so can you trust him at all? If you're watching on YouTube, go and follow Lentillion on Twitch. He only streams on Twitch, I think. But he's a bit of an arse, actually. But go and give him a follow. He's in the United States of fascist dictator. Oh no, hang on, United States of America. Whoa! Careful! Careful! Is the update out there? No, this is a preview. This is we're using the press preview. Steve wanted to know, what do I look like with my top off? Well, hopefully, Steve, you'll find out at Gamescom. So we've just gone through it 4 times. We need to think of a one-sentence way of describing the update. I still feel like Le Mans Ultimate is like, if you imagine you got a tea bag and you dunked it in a teacup, right? And it's okay tea, like it's a good brand of tea, like Yorkshire or Twinings or something. And you've dunked it in the tea, but you've kind of took it out too early. So, but it tastes okay. It tastes all right. Like it's quite a good cup of tea, but it's still not as rich and as fulfilling as a tea bag that's been brewed in a cup of tea properly. And then also, for some reason, the teacup, it's as if the handle is slightly too small now. It was too big before, the handle, and so it wasn't quite comfortable to hold on to, but now the handle is slightly too small. You can drink it in both scenarios and you could hold it quite easily, but yeah, the handle's still not quite the right size. You basically, you have to drive now. So yeah, cough. Well, I can't really. I'm sorry, I can't dumb it down enough for you, Lentillion. I can't. I'm sorry, but hang on. I'll just make it. I'll translate that to coffee, people. Did that help? Did that help? There we go. That sounded like our whales talking. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so jeez, I had 4 hours sleep last night, guys. This is terrible already. 4 hours sleep. I was like, I'm not sleeping, so I'm just going to live stream. Christ, today's going to be the worst day ever, as usual. Bugger me. Where were we? The physics. You have to drive more on the pedals now than the steering wheel. So you have to rotate the car more on the brake pedal. And the car's a little bit less... less from the steering wheel, more from the brake pedal. You have to be more careful on the throttle because it's easier to spin the rears up, especially on lower ABS, TC and TC cut and everything. So it drives more like iRacing in some way. So like that. Drives more like iRacing. See, that I think is a bit shit. Because that was just really random. More like iRacing, in a sense. Still generally more predictable than iRacing. Still generally more recoverable. But yeah, if you go over the rears on brakes like we just did there, you can get stuck in an auto bin that you can't catch. So, but then I guess if you put a bit of TC on, that probably wouldn't have happened. So it's going to depend on the car setup as well as to how likely that's going to happen. This is a press version of the game. So yeah, what you're going to have to do is you have to drive this a bit more rote memorization style, because you can't just rely on counter steering. But in fairness, the 0 TC with the GT3 cars before was a bit ridiculous. Like the way that you would slide around, like Portimao was probably a really good example of the really ridiculous driving with no TC, and it was faster to drive with no TC. Yeah, it's still worth owning. It's a fun game to play. Like the racing will be fun online, regardless, whatever. I think the big thing that I would say that's a problem with this, and with the more unforgiving a sim is, realistic or unrealistic, doesn't really matter. The higher fidelity the force feedback has to be, so that it doesn't feel like there's no warning to the grip going, right? You need detail in the force feedback, and unfortunately LMU, its force feedback detail is not really that good for tyre grip levels. It's passable, it's easy to drive, but the actual force feedback's not that detailed on the grand scheme of things. It's a lot better than ACC, a lot better than Evo, probably in some ways better than iRacing out of the box, mostly due to its physics being better than iRacing out of the box, but a lot less detail than AC1, AMS1, AMS2, or iRacing with Marvin's force feedback app. So, yeah, it's worth having. It's worth having LMU. It won't make you as cool as Lentillion, though. See how I put that in there? Yeah, it tends to ignore the fronts now. With the front, it's harder to chuck a car into the corner now. It's also the slip slide stuff. So the problem is now it seems like you can't actually do proper combined slip. Like the car does not want to do balance slip, which is probably intentional by design. Now we drove the Porsche. It's basically exactly the same as the McLaren. It's the same principles applied to it. The handle's different, obviously. I like Porsches. Although the Porsche sucked in LMU, it was just slower for some reason than the other cars. They're set up. They might need to tweak the setups on this. Maybe some more front wing, just to get them a bit more bitey on the fronts. Everything does seem a lot more understeery though. Just in general. AC1 has way better physics than this though. I'm sorry guys. GT3 cars in AC1 are more... aspects of it are worse, but the fundamental driving, like if you were hot lapping and in optimal conditions, drive an RSS GT3 car is way more interesting to drive. Like, you're doing way more balancing at the limit and like really poking things into corners, whereas this is like both iRacing and LMU are a bit like driving a cross-channel ferry. Like the cars are so like chonky. And then it's like, well, hang on, AC came out over 10 years ago. How is it that that's still like a benchmark for general... And no, GT7's terrible, Tony. GT7's its slick tyres are terrible. It's not close to AC. GT7's garbage. It's fine with the gamepad, but let's be honest. I do have a play at PS5. GT7's just got chronic understeer. They're predictable in everything. Once you practice, everything becomes predictable. Is it like ACC in terms of braking? Do you just have to smash it? Well, again, so this would be another thing to watch out for in terms of believing even real race drivers and YouTubers. the whole braking thing, guys. You need to be really skeptical. So, first of all, if a race car has a good ABS system, the brake can be smashed and the car will not understeer massively or go through the corner. It depends how the ABS is set up. Some ABS systems on some cars, if you smash the brake, you will get understeer. It depends how they're dialed in, depends on the vehicle. I'm not saying that ACC doesn't have like weird braking where you brake all the way through the corner, but like, so there's this weird meme of ACC has really bad braking compared to iRacing because Morad or some other drivers have said so, right? And it's really not that simple. It's like iRacing, if you lock up, then maybe they fixed this in the update today. If you lock up in iRacing, the tyres completely turn off. So you cannot actually brake in iRacing like you can in a real car. I'm not saying that you can't lock up in a real car and the car will plough. I'm just saying the tyres actually return quite quickly in many scenarios in real cars. It's just not a binary thing. It's quite complicated. So there's scenarios where you could argue that ACC's braking is actually quite realistic, and there's scenarios where you could argue that ACC's braking is not realistic in the slightest. Same for iRacing, right? So it's both Sims and LMU and AC, all Sims and real cars, all have different driving techniques depending on the car systems, car setup and conditions and tyres. They will all have somewhat different driving techniques that will be the meta for that thing, right? And that's just the meta for it. So it's kind of, rather than going, well, which is realistic and which isn't, it's more going, which meta, what's the general meta that works, and do you happen to enjoy that meta? Obviously, the meta of a real car is irrelevant because the fundamental meta for a real car is how rich you are, not what the car drives like. So that's the meta for real driving. Yeah, so would I say the braking in this is similar to ACC? No, I'd say it's probably more like iRacing's braking, but I'm shit at ACC because the force feedback is so bad in that game. I can't feel what the cars are doing, and I don't enjoy it at all. I would rather smash my head with a concrete slab repeatedly than play ACC. I honestly do not know what Kunos were thinking with ACC. I think it's a crime, an absolute criminal racing sim. So, LMU's a lot more fun to race, fundamentally, than ACC. Hot takes! I've got to give hot takes, because I'm an influencer. Hopefully, none of you buy this game. Steve Hood, by the way, you can't trust me. Steve Hood took me and some other influencers to Silverstone, woo, before this came out. So I've been compromised financially, so can't trust anything I say. Steve Hood also said he would beat me up at Sim Racing Expo unless I was positive. So, so don't trust anything I say. Yeah, it's a lot slidier on the grass. Yeah, I guess the grass is a lot slippier with no TC. What you guys don't know is that, yeah, we're on, well, no, we're on like 2. We turned all the other TC settings off. What you guys don't know is that the developers of LMU give influencers hundreds of thousands of pounds to say positive stuff. So, because you might not know this, but sim racing influencers only do stuff when they're paid ridiculous amounts of money. That's why they do sim racing, because it's such a high-paying hobby. Such a big... If you thought FIFA was big, you guys don't know. Sim racing is where it's at. How much can you get for 5 subscribers? Depends how many of those subscribers are Saudi kings. You know, luck of the draw. If you're being serious though, if you wanted to make a job out of being a dirty corporate shell, a micro influencer would normally be like, if you had like 25,000 subs or 20,000 subs is probably enough subs, but it's normally by view. So marketing companies and businesses would generally look for your view numbers. However, outside of that, if you can produce nice content that looks nice, you could get partnerships quite quickly and easily, especially from a lot of companies just want like a good presentation of the products and things. So they'll be quite happy for a very small channel to still work with them and even pay them if you produce good quality content. And by good quality, It could actually be, you could be talking absolute bollocks, but if it visually looks like good quality and the microphone's nice and it's got good editing, that's ideal. In fact, if you can do that, that's like the best thing you can do on YouTube. And some people have been very, very successful and become huge on YouTube by having no idea what they're talking about, but they're basically making marketing videos for companies. So much so that you'll see that they are literally, their video on YouTube, which ostensibly looks like a review, is actually marketed on websites as the marketing. Funny that. The more pretentious and up the arse the content is, the more success you'll get. There you go. That's a good YouTube tip for you guys. But seriously speaking, if you can produce nicely polished content and be somewhat personable, you could probably grow things relatively quickly. Just focus on nice editing and good quality, technically good quality. I should think more highly of myself. That's pretty good, Meatball Simulator. I walked onto that landmine. That's actually really good. I think Meatball Simulator should be pronounced king for that.
Time 150.39.
Right, yeah, so generally this I don't know if the default setups online will be the same, but generally speaking, everything's a bit more understeering now.
The pace car is out of control.
Woo! So we've got TC on 1, everything else is on 0. It's still very easy to drive. What's real TC? So, I don't know what you mean by real TC. But so, you see the slip there through that corner? There was no variation, or very minimal variation in the force feedback for that slip, and I think that's a big issue. Like, you can feel the force feedback at high speed drop off when you slide a bit, but it's very subtle. So it's very, you're just driving this from visuals fundamentally. So this sim's such an easy sim to drive, as it should be. GT3 cars are for people that can't drive. Controversial. GT3 cars are for overweight rich men, fundamentally, and then some factory drivers and some really talented drivers. But for the most part, GT3 cars are for overweight rich people to make money out of them, to sell them race driving, basically. So, as a result, a GT3 car throwing stones. Well, yeah, I'd be a perfect GT3 driver. No Velcro, but they are boring, and 100%. I'm using the Shell update. It's what's funny is as well, right? So, because people have become obsessed with GT3, they think of them as like some sort of awesome race car, and it's like they're not. They're actually like, this is like walking speed. This is so slow, it's ridiculous. Like a GT3 car is only slightly faster than like an F4 car or something. They're not. It's just a heavy. Don't get me wrong, in real life it'd be fantastic and doing an endurance race would be amazing. So don't get me wrong, in real life. But in a driving simulator, GT3 cars should be like they're like the equivalent of like a...
The pace car is out of control.
They're worse than MX-5s, really. Like, if this was MX-5 racing, this would be a much better video game. No, lighter cars equal better racing. Lighter and smaller cars equal better racing for the most part. Faster and heavier equals worse racing. Lighter and faster, maybe. But basically, so the fundamental issue is the heavier a vehicle, the more inertia it has and the less nimble it is. So the lighter a car, the more agency the driver has, the easier it is. Not the easier, the faster it will respond to input and control. Downforce sort of changes that because you effectively end up in a you end up with a heavier car but more maneuverable in some ways, you know. But basically, lighter equals better vehicle from a sporting sense of driving. Smart Roadster for the win. Yeah, they stopped making them though because they were too leaky. I would love a Smart Roadster with a transparent body kit on it. Yeah, Formula 1 cars are too big, too long, too heavy, sound like crap, too many systems, terrible. They need to bin Formula 1 and get rid of DRS, which they are, get rid of electronic systems, go back to fuel engines. The fuel efficiency in tech should come from the transport of moving the stuff and aviation, because that's where most pollution is in real life for most things. Also road cars, there's not that much transfer between bloody Formula 1 and road cars. This is one of the biggest myths and stupid marketing bollocks. Like, yes, Formula 1 is totally directing the way things are, not the multi-billion car industry and them and the remits of the general nature of what you do to design cars for mass market. No, it's Formula 1. Okay, it's like you can't apply 1970s Formula 1 logic to modern stuff. Anyway, yes, Formula 1 should focus on like the aeroplanes, efficient air travel, efficient transport, the manufacturing side of it being efficient and iterative, and computing side of that part of Formula 1, and the lorries, as I say, and all that kind of automation and all that stuff, which they do a lot of stuff on. That's where the green stuff should be. The race cars themselves should be the most noisy, ridiculous things possible. It's like, you know, because it's a firework display with vehicles. So yeah, lighter cars are better. Greta does not like... No, she would like my hot take. She precisely would. But also, Greta's a legend. Like, sure, she's a bit annoying, but she is a legend. She's got bigger balls than me, that's for sure. And, no, manufacturing green and transportation stuff, that's where the environmental damage is done in Formula 1. The amount of damage of a Formula 1 car driving around a track and gassing the audience watching the race is minimal. It'll be the tyre industry and the particles from particulate from tyre, from rubber. That's never talked about. That will be what's... All the water runoff from all the tyres that are worn out from test sessions, practice sessions and quali will be incredibly environmentally damaging. I imagine racetracks probably do... well, I'd hope they collect some of the water, but they probably don't in all cases. That's probably way worse environmentally damaging than the fuel burning of the cars. And then, as I say, the lorries and the planes and all the fans driving to the tracks... That will be what's environmentally damaging, not the bloody cars. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I like planes. Don't get me wrong. Planes are fantastic. I mean, I think we should get rid of Formula 1 and replace it with helicopter racing. think helicopters are probably one of the most environmentally damaging vehicles, but they're very cool. I think we should do FPV drone racing, but you put like a person in the drone. That'd be fun. Yeah, helicopters are so much better than cars.
That time was a 149.05.
Tej, we say it's more. We've already said multiple times. You can rewind the stream. Stuff like that is really weird. So it's easier to lose the rears on lower TC and stuff. But there does seem to be more situations now where you will just, we obviously went on the curb there, and so that pushed the rear right over the limit because it was over too much load, but then it just lost it. There was no force feedback to warn for that. So I think I can see how this is better for esports drivers, but actually for your average casual player, they'll probably just accept it because it'll be argument from authority, and they'll be like, oh, it's realistic, so they'll just accept it and they'll go, oh, made a mistake. But yeah, well, we just put put two wheels on the curb, and so would have been turning. The rear right will have gone over the limit. You can hear it as well. Where was it? Oh, which? No, it wasn't from the curb. I mean, it was from the curb, but it's more to do with the tyre at the rear right having too much load on it. AC's curbing issue is a combination of single contact patch and really bad suspension. This has good suspension. Yeah, see, basically on the throttle, the rear, I think the rear, well, I'd imagine this tyre should have spun up maybe because it had too much slip on it. The thing is, you should be able to just snap counter steer that, but ideally, you'd have force feedback that you would know to then do that. There was no force feedback to describe that the rear right was spinning up. I mean, we are like absolutely on the curb. It's nowhere near as unforgiving as iRacing. It's quite funny though that we do now have iRacing like slides. But then, so this is the thing. The argument you'd make is you go, the slip slide behaviour, i.e. all four cars in balanced slip, all four tyres in balanced slip, you go, well, from an esports perspective, that's not fun because all of esports driving just devolves into car setup, race line with slip slide, do that for every corner. And if you're good at esports driving, you'll just be able to do the slip slide through every corner, and it will just be like a fixed angle through every corner. Esports drivers would go, well, that's boring because it's it's not actually that hard to do that once you're that good, right? And it just becomes a bit of a boring process. However, your average 99% of sim racers, vast majority of sim racers are not esports drivers. So there's like 500 esports drivers in LMU that are at that level. Like maybe the two top splits, if that, right? Most people cannot consistently do the slip slide thing. And real cars do have the ability to be balanced in combined slip, and it's not the hardest thing to necessarily do. It's actually just a fundamental way of driving. But there is range. There is range to that slip. It's not like, oh, there's a set angle, that's it. There's actually a reasonable amount of range to that combined slip. But so the problem is that iRacing doesn't have that combined slip, and now neither does LMU, really. So they've removed something that is a fundamentally realistic thing to generally be aiming for, even if it's overly simplistic in racing simulators, but it's fundamentally a realistic behaviour. They've removed that behaviour because esports drivers will complain, and it is boring for esports drivers. However, that behaviour does actually make sims a lot more accommodating and satisfying to drive for the majority of people playing them. So arguably, it's one of those things where a developer is doing something for the sake of like 200 players that are incredibly vocal, that are wasting their lives doing esports driving. It's fine. I'm happy for esports drivers. You know, they're actually playing the game a lot, and they do market the game. So from a gameplay perspective, though, I think it is, on aggregate, I think it is a worse decision to make sims like that. I think it's better for it to be unrealistically forgiving than unrealistically unforgiving from a gameplay perspective. And I think both scenarios, neither scenario is realistic. Game changer in a bad way. Well, it depends who's playing the game. But then again, on the other side of it, most players don't even know. They're not even like 2 seconds on pace, so they're not going to know either way. So they probably don't care. And if the game's marketed and you don't have YouTubers like me pointing things out literally as they are, they won't care, and they'll be like, "Oh well, you know, I just need to get good." And the argument from authority will make them put up with stuff that's frustrating. So, yeah, so it's hard to. My thing would be, I just like more force feedback detail. I think if you're going to make a sim more frustrating, you need better detailed force feedback. Yeah, no, but there's a separate issue of like how much you could just slide around like a lunatic with no expense to like, well, minimal tire wear. It was just faster to slide around. So yeah, but that's another thing as well. I mean, it was pretty ridiculous the way that you'd slide around on. The way that you would slide around was pretty ridiculous, to be fair. That's kind of separate to what I'm talking about. The thing is, now, like, this is catchable. Once you know that this line and this type of behaviour occurs from this line, from this curb, and this is what you do in iRacing and other sims that have, like, a fail condition like this. So let's say, obviously, the line I took here would not be a line that you would normally do if you're normally racing. Like, if you're hot lapping, you wouldn't be taking this line. It's too tight of a line. But this line you might end up taking if you're racing another car that's next to you and you take the inside, and it'd be really frustrating to then spin. But what you do is you spin like this. This is what you have to do in iRacing. You spin like this in practice, and then you learn that if I take this line, the car's definitely going to spin on the exit of the corner. So you start counter-steering. You start counter-steering here before you even get close to spinning, because you know if you don't, the car will spin. To be fair, it looks like we also train lined the car, so it's probably separate to just the tyres being whatever. But like, I'm just, as a general concept, when you have a condition where the tyres are going to turn off and you can't catch it in real time from just reacting to it, you then learn the fail conditions, and then you preemptively counter steer when you put the car in that condition that's going to have a fail condition. Rain should be more controllable, generally speaking, because if you've got wet tyres on, I mean, I don't know what slicks are like in the moderate, but if you've got wet tyres on, wet tyres are much more like road tyres, so generally rain is actually more progressive. Should you catch that slide, do the tyres recover quickly? They do. I think they do recover a lot quicker in this than iRacing. Hello, random call sign. Oh, I'm getting cramp in my foot. I'm just going to adjust some settings again. Turn force feed back down. But yeah, the force feedback details really not that good in this game still. I mean, I'd say it's marginally better than what it was, but it's still basically a lot worse than other games on the market. Well, the cold tyres are like super weird at the start. It's just really cold tyres, low grip, which is fine. I don't know if it's realistic or not, but you know, sim racers will all say it's realistic because they'll have heard one driver say that cold tyres have low grip. So, I do like the tyre wear thing. If you're sliding around a lot, it wears the tyres out more. I think that's good. It rewards people for driving smooth. You'll get a lot of free. You'll get a lot of free positions in races now from people spinning by accident. That's for sure. So if you've got more methodical driving technique, you will benefit from that. Well, they didn't have zero grip, sus. They will have had. It won't have been zero grip, will it? Otherwise, the car wouldn't have moved. I know what you're saying, but you also have to keep in mind. So it doesn't help that commentators of races in real life obviously hype stuff up, right? And they often cover up for when drivers in real life are absolutely shit drivers. Like really shit drivers, because there's a lot of drivers doing real world racing that are terrible drivers. I'm not saying that I would be better, because I know that's the first thing people go, well, you're saying you're better. I'm not. I would be a terrible driver. But there's this really big misconception in sim racing that just because someone's in an expensive race car, they are a race driver or a good race driver, right? So there's a lot of really shit drivers out there that just can't handle. They're worse than sim racers in the sense they have no feel. So when the tyres are cold, they just spin or do stupid shit. Whereas good drivers were like, oh right, yeah, it's just cold tyres, right, great. Whoa, AI's crazy. So commentators will be like, cold tyres, oh my god, it's caught the drivers out. And it's like, and then the good drivers, the pro drivers, would have been like, no, not really. The good drivers would be like, yeah, we're just driving by, you know, it'll be nothing crazy for them. It'll just be like, yeah, it's just, yeah, they've got a little bit less grip, you know? Yeah, but you don't know how hard they're pushing. This is the thing as well. So whenever it comes to these variables, I don't know why it's difficult for people to sort of grasp it. You have, like, you see drivers struggling in the wet, right? But some drivers don't struggle as much at all. Why is that? Well, some drivers are actually really good at driving, like feeling what's going on and driving accordingly, and a lot of drivers, they're not. So but the difficulty is, how do you correlate that directly to a simulator that has fundamentally different behaviour in the physics to a real car? So a developer will be like, they will get real drivers to test the game, and the real driver will go, oh yeah, the real tyres are harder to drive here, or generally it seems like it would have less grip. you would have the telemetry and you go, well, look, we're looking at the speed and we're lining it up and that seems right. But the fundamental feel and reality of driving a real car is fundamentally different to a simulator. So let's say, even if a developer actually made the tyres and the slip line up with the telemetry and video data, and even if the drivers were like, oh, that seems about right, it could still actually be, in terms of the process of what you actually are doing to react to the lower grip, could still be totally different, right? Because a sim is fundamentally not realistic in terms of what the driver can feel and what's going on and a whole bunch of stuff. But I still say LMU is still very easy to drive. Even with all the TC off and everything, it's still very forgiving, which is good. I think it should be like that. Midday, I think, is when the update rolls out. Hang on, we've got quite good viewers. I should manipulate you guys into donating more. Guys, I'm so excited for this update. It's amazing today. Unbelievable. We're getting iRacing and LMU update today. What a phenomenal time to be sim racing. Incredible that developers are working so hard on making these simulators even more realistic. It's the golden age of sim racing. Aren't we so lucky to have this? And also, I really appreciate all you guys watching. Thank you so much for choosing to watch my channel. I can't believe I wouldn't be here without you guys. Really loving it. Look at this track. Look at the trees and the beautiful weather in the game. Aren't we lucky that in driving simulators you can choose the weather and the time of day? And aren't we so lucky that I would never be able to afford to drive this McLaren in real life? But here we are, at a beautiful Imola, a track I'd love to visit in real life but I've never been to, in a McLaren. Oh my god, and I love McLaren as a brand. I think we can all agree they are some of the most beautiful looking and handling vehicles, and I have had a passenger lap in a McLaren. I really enjoyed it. It was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. Maybe one day we'll be lucky enough to drive on a track in a McLaren. Absolutely love this. Oh, thank you, Vishnu. 449. Thank you for the rupees. Guys, I'm going to start crying. Can't believe you guys. Oh, it's so generous. I mean, it genuinely is generous. Do appreciate it. Sarcasm aside, thank you very much. Please don't send me money unless you're rich. Thank you very much, though. But yeah, guys, and like, look at this. It's 3D. We've got VR. I'm playing in 4K. Frame rate's incredible, absolutely incredible. We've got G-Sync, not getting any stutters. The sound is, it's pure emotion. So absolutely, oh, Jamie! Oh, thank you so much.
Here you go, James.
I hate YouTube. I genuinely hate the internet. Yeah, you know, guys, it's very easy to be negative, isn't it? One of those critical, negative streamers, and ultimately, we're all here for the positive. We're here for the positive vibes. Some of those YouTubers out there, they're far too negative, and I want to keep your mood up. I realise you guys have a hard day. You're working hard and you want to just relax. So, but look at this Porsche.
The pace car is out of control.
Look at this Porsche in front of us. Look at the diffuser. Look how low it is to the ground and the way the suspension's moving. Look at the reflections. Oh, it's absolutely incredible. Can you imagine what it'd be like to drive a Porsche? Oh, hang on a minute. You were dressed for the Oxford boat race? I'm getting a lot of comments on my shirt. This was £23 from Amazon. Bit expensive for a polo shirt. Thank you for those donations, guys. Really do appreciate it. As I say, I don't want people to donate unless you've got money to race. I do genuinely appreciate donations, even though I think I hate YouTube, and unfortunately I am a shill. The irony. I've become what I hate, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. Bloody influencers. I mean, genuinely, it's disgusting the way the internet works. It's interesting how you can manipulate like a positive, like if you are like overtly positive. Oh, we got to sing this. Hang on. 3D wheel, what a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel, beautiful servo motors for her legs. It's a DD girl, dreamy girl, AccuForce, Fanatec and SimuCube. It's a DD girl in Matt's man cave. She's rotating with all her force feedback pleasure. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your ring. Everybody wants a DD girl. She's so powerful and strong. What a beautiful DD babe. DD girl with a DD wheel rotating at 300 Newton meters of torque. It's a DD girl, a dreamy girl. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being a member. We'll add you to the member list there. And it's at the bottom of the screen as well. Hello, Jedi John. I don't know what you mean. Sim Racing Influencer tier list. No, but it is interesting to me, right, how... Yeah, okay, so you could make an argument that just being overt, like Formula 1 commentary, like David Croft, right, how he talks, you can argue, oh, well, you know, it makes people feel good, it's positive vibe, it makes it exciting, that's the job of a commentator. Oh, we've lost force feedback. That's the job of a commentator or something, right? Or, you know, that's the job of a host, is to make people feel good like that. But then it is manufacturing, it is lying through manufacturing an overtly over-the-top positive interpretation, right? Because it's not how the Crofty does not feel that way genuinely whilst he's doing stuff. You go, well, it's his job. Okay, well, an influencer, on the other hand, is not doing a TV production. They are doing... The whole point of an influencer on YouTube is that they are a real person. They're normally not, but they're a real person, right? And that is what is engaging about a YouTuber versus a TV program or a film or something, is that it's a real person, right? That's the conceit or the idea of a YouTuber. That's the point of the platform originally, or live streaming and Twitch streaming, right? It's a real person. So if that person is then entirely being like only focusing on hyper positivity, which that's just like, to me it comes across as sickly and disingenuous, right? I also believe it's someone's free will to do what they want to do, and I wouldn't judge them for it. If that's what if they enjoy doing it and makes them feel better and they want to make a job from it, it's their choice. So I'm not judging people that do that. Like, personally, I wouldn't do it, but that doesn't mean I know other people that that generally do that, and I don't have any ill will towards them. Like, they do whatever they want, I don't care. But it is weird, isn't it? It's weird. What's really weird is that people seem to really lap it up. No, you can be positive, that's fine. Some people are very positive. But then what happens as well is you notice with a lot of influencers, businesses obviously want the more positive influencers generally, the less scrupulous and the less critical influencers, right? It's not so bad in sim racing because all sim racers are miserable. But if you look at like other video games, like more popular stuff, Disney, tech and stuff, right? It's what you end up with is a filtering of all the influencers that are like completely unscrupulous get elevated because they'll get selected. So you'll end up with that personality type. And so kind of what you see in Hollywood as well. You'll see that personality type being like elevated and looked for by businesses for you to get employed in the first place. So yeah, no, it's just interesting with how stuff works. Yeah, but the thing is though, when is it a character? When is it a performance? Where do you draw the line? Maybe it's actually, maybe being over the top positive is actually more genuine, in a sense that you are playing a character more overtly, rather than pretending that you're less of a character. Maybe you're admitting that ultimately YouTube live streaming or being an influencer is fundamentally a lie by default, and so actually it's more honest to be a character, like a wrestling character or something. Maybe that is actually more honest, you could argue. It's not clear cut, guys, it's not clear cut. Oh yeah, it's turning all the TC down again. Well, yeah, the problem I have is I'm just a bit cynical, so it throws me off with like Americans throw me off. Even so, I know some Americans that are just genuinely really nice people, and they are very overtly positive. But it's just how they are. My tinfoil hat? What, you mean applying a bit of actual varied thought to things? Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Because you calibrate yourself culturally to what your expectations are. And so, I mean, I've been really fortunate that I have friends, a lot of friends from around the world. And so I've had the joy of getting used to Dutch sarcasm, or like Eastern European dryness, or like American, how they are, how they are. But it's really funny at first, like, and the miscommunications you get when people aren't used to it. Like, people can get genuinely really offended. I said before the story about I worked in an office, it was hilarious. Worked in this office with a Chinese woman, and I came back from Christmas and I was just in the canteen getting a cup of tea, and she comes into the room. I think I'd said hi to her like 3 times. I'd never really talked to her. No like conversation, but I'd just said, like, you know, I'd seen her and said hi, and she'd say hello, whatever, you know, bog standard office, just smiling and saying hello as you pass someone in the same office, right? So I'm making a cup of coffee. She comes into the cafeteria and never talked to her properly, and first thing she ever says to me is, "Oh, you got so fat over Christmas. You're so big. What you eat over Christmas?" And I was like, "Hey?" But I thought it was hilarious. It was so good. Because I had got fat. But yeah, I thought it was amazing. I was like, oh, it's so good. Yeah, I like that. But can you imagine if some people that would receive that, they'd be like, It was just the way she said it. 100% matter. It wasn't like she was joking and being sarcastic. It was like, oh yeah, you've eaten too much over Christmas, you fat git. Oh, it's so good. I was laughing all day about it. So good. Yeah. I don't know. I think in China, it's. I think Chinese is. Maybe she was more sort of a. Some people are like that. It's not just a Chinese thing, but I think in China, people are generally slimmer. So maybe it's something that they would just say. I don't know. But like, the truth was, I hadn't got fat. So yeah, it's normal for Chinese people. The thing is, it's the intention that matters. If someone is like going, oh, you're a fatty because they want to like make themselves feel better and they're mocking someone, well, that's one thing, isn't it? But if someone's just pointing out that there's nothing malicious behind it, that's the thing. But obviously it's hard to tell people's intentions, and culturally, this is the thing with different cultures. There's like general assumed things that then people assume intention from. Yeah, so it's yeah, maybe it probably was malicious. Whoa, finished! Isn't that new? Is that new? That finished graphic. Well, it's like I don't know, with like Chinese restaurants as well. Like you know, it's a good Chinese restaurant if everyone's screaming at each other in the kitchen. You'll know it'll be legit. If everyone's really like nice and polite. When I was at uni, we went to this Chinese buffet, right? And the staff that worked there were always like angry at you for being there, but I thought it was funny. But they were always just angry. They wanted you to get out of there. They didn't want you to eat too much. If you didn't buy like drinks and stuff, they'd get really annoyed. It's well good. Oh dear. Here we go. I don't know what I've done with the setup here. I don't know what's going on. This is we just got like factory default on. It's Hong Kong, even worse. Did have like a German woman in a cafe be really angry. I was with don't know if I was with Random Call Sign. I was with Rad Weasel and someone else, Miguel. That might have been with Random Call Sign as well. I was with a bunch of other YouTubers. Is it Sim Racing Expo in Dortmund? And in the morning we were like, oh, we'll grab a coffee from like an actual cafe that was open serving other people, and the woman was like just really angry that we wanted a tea and a coffee and breakfast from a place that was serving tea, coffee and breakfast. She was genuinely really not happy. I don't know if it's just because I'm English, but the other people I was with weren't English, so it can't have just been like that they hated English people. Why is the fuel? Am I going mental here? Oh, it's this, isn't it? Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. We'll just drive. But I find that funny. Oh, here we go. We're starting side on. Is this new?
Formation lab has started.
Oh, we could try the new car. Oh, we're doing a full formation lap. We're doing backspace to skip it. Supposedly they've adjusted the line thing. The line thing. The thing of line. Oh yeah, cold tap. We're not going to have warm tyres from the outlap, are we? Who makes Lexus? Skoda.
Green flag, green flag.
This is AI. Do we get tyre warmers for the for this? Or do I need to put AI on a harder setting? All right, thanks Lentillion. Have a good day, guys. Go and subscribe to Lentillion if you haven't. Check out his channel. Where's my mouse cursor gone? Oh. Toyota. Let's let some cars past. Let's let them go past them all, then do some overtaking. I think the Valkyrie looks really nice, to be honest. I think it's one of the nicest looking cars that's been made for ages. Well, what's weird is the Ferrari and the Porsche GT3 cars, they kind of both just look a bit generic. They've like lost their character. The older ones looked a lot better.
Time 2:03.37.
I mean, that was quite nice. We were able to use lift-off oversteer there to sort of flick the back round a bit and induce oversteer from the rear. And then the grip came back straight away. If that was iRacing, the rear would have just flopped then. And there'd have been nothing you could do. But we were like, so we were able to... I just came off the gas really aggressively to get the back to pop out a bit. You heard the tyre skid as well. I was going to try and send it up the inside there. The heart of racing is money. That's what he's missing out, that part. Now this is a press version that they accidentally gave me. I'm gonna ram him off the track. Let's see what happens. I'm just gonna not brake. Go-kart driving here. I know the AI is pretty. It's taking it. That would have took the back of his car off, I think, with damage on. We must have damage off. Yeah, because there's no multiplayer in the preview version what we got. Bloody hell. I'm going to get RSI from the rumble. Thanks for following. Take that, bitch. They were slow through the corner. It does have smoothing, but then if you put the smoothing on it, you then lose a lot of detail, so it does seem like it's a little bit less grainy, but you're better off using your wheel smoothing rather than the sim smoothing, I find, with R-Factor 2 and LMU.
Time 147.10.
Yeah, it's a good technique. I think racing will be fun. It's, you know, ultimately it's a video game, which is what people are playing this as. It's the netcode and general driving is forgiving and easy, so you can have fun online racing. That's the point, right? It's super easy to drive. Like, even with people saying that it's like a lot harder, a lot lower grip, it's still like super forgiving. Like, we got no TC on here. It should be this evening, I think. Yeah, I don't know why Kunos AI is so bad. You would have thought that would be the one thing to do. LMU, I'm going to rear-end him. Helicopter. Can you upgrade the helicopter, guys? The helicopter's like a bloody 1950s. Don't even know what it is. It's like some weirdo. Just replace the model, guys. Can I model? Are any LMU developers unfortunately watching this live stream? Can I model a helicopter for you guys? Can I make a helicopter for the sim? That'd be amazing. There we go. If I did a helicopter, would you put can I license a helicopter for the sim? Like a real helicopter, like a Bell 47 or something. A low poly, but like it'd be better for it to be like a camera helicopter. So like it'd be like I don't know which one they use exactly, but yes, I haven't got one. I'll have to model it. So give me 6 months. I haven't loaded up 3ds Max for a long time. I've got someone that can model it though. Helicopters are not easy to model. I mean, a Bell 47 wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, look at the helicopter, guys. Can we see it? Oh, it's gone. I mean, guys, you have to admit helicopters are the coolest thing ever. Forget cars. Helicopters are where it's at. Absolutely unbelievable helicopters. I don't know why more people aren't obsessed with them, because they're the most beautiful thing. There is, but DCS probably has some of the best helicopters at the moment. Most general aviation people seem to prefer X-Plane 12 it is now, I think. And then there's some really nice mods for Microsoft Flight Sim. The Bell 47 by Fly Inside mod for Flight Sim is a really nice, very hard to fly but really fun helicopter. It's a shit helicopter, but helicopters, the shitter a helicopter, the better it normally is. Like the more fun it will be. That's the weird thing with aeroplanes. It's like the shitter a plane is, the better, the more engaging. So like a biplane or a glider is way better to fly than a fighter jet or a passenger jet. It's physically, like the lighter a thing is, the more agile it normally is. I don't think we wouldn't be able to do Airwolf because it's intellectual property, because it's Airwolf helicopters. I can't remember what helicopter it is, but then it's also modified for that program. So if you had the silhouette of an Airwolf helicopter, it would be copyright Airwolf. I don't know. I don't know what helicopter it is. Can't remember. That is the Airwolf helicopter is pretty awesome. There's a guy called what's his name? There's an Instagrammer that does loads of stunt stuff for films in a helicopter. I've forgotten his name now, but he uploads like loads of behind-scene footage of helicopter piloting, and it's so good. I'm trying to think, it's like something north. But oh yeah, helicopters, guys.
That time was a 1:49.
Helicopters. Helicopter. If you've got a Moser AB9 base, flying helicopters is great. Right, let's punt him. They're pump-proof, you git! Absolute git. Yeah, well, good luck punting the AI. They're immovable. I tried to absolutely ram him off the corner, but our car just bottomed out the front. I think the update will be later in the day. This is a dirty press version of the game. The old iRacing catch. Brake and accelerator, guys. Does wonders. Not really speed goat. Marginally. Am I influencing? Shit. Well, as I said, LMU pay me many thousands of pounds to play this, as they have done all influencers. So, don't play driving sims, guys. They're terrible. Do not play any driving sim. That's my instruction. They're all awful. Is it an hour until the plebs can play? How do you know that? Did LMU just say that? The plebs. Thanks for following. Discord. Oh, you can't trust that. The LMU developers on the Discord are drunk. They're all. They're just banging their foreheads on the keyboards. It's a really shifty place, that. Some real cars have terrible force feedback. Some have really good force feedback. It totally depends on the steering rack, power steering, geometry, type of car. Totally depends. Road cars, it's mostly because they have very aggressive power steering designed around making it so that the steering wheel's easy to move for parking, and then smooth in the centre for driving in a relatively straight line. Yeah, the Toyota 7 Motorsports Toyota Celica I drove a few years ago, that has awesome force feedback. Aerial Atom I drove was absolute shit force feedback. But that car was so broken, I don't know what was going on with that. Go-karts, have, like, some I've driven have been amazing, some have been literally useless. No, I just have it on 0 TC because then I can gauge how it's different from the previous version, because we would always drive on 0 TC. As we were saying earlier, so generally you would drive in real life, they would set the car up probably with the expectation that a driver would have a small amount of TC or some degree of TC, and they would design the setup of the car basically, so from drivers I spoke to that do racing, like GT3, LMP3 and what have you, where you've got driver swaps, the team will set the car up for the shittest driver on the team, so the shittest driver won't bin the car because that's obviously not good for money. So they will basically set the car up, then add the TC and whatever based off what the shittest driver that's paying can cope with, and then the TC and other settings will be adjusted from driver to driver based off like the strategy. For if a driver's particularly smooth, then they might run lower TC, but they might just want to less tyre wear or, you know, whatever. They'll just do whatever. I think with the real cars as well, you can actually so TC 1 to, I might be wrong about this, but I think in Sims, normally the way people set it up is it's like TC1 to whatever gets weaker and stronger, right? But in the real cars, you can set like program modes. So you could be like TC5, for example, is X amount of whatever. So TC5 isn't necessarily weaker or stronger. So for example, you could go, right, we're going into this phase, go to this mode, and then it'll be the right settings for that, for what that person wants. Do you see what I mean? I'm not sure if that's the case. I'm not sure if I'm misremembering something, but I mean, ultimately, it's an ECU that's programmable. So unless there's like specific rules against it, you can probably do whatever you want. But in Sims, obviously, more higher or lower numbers is more and less. But yeah, I think you could just, it's whatever you program it. You could program it to whatever, I think, in the real car. Yeah, well, probably everything I say is correct. I don't think I've ever been wrong about anything, to be honest. Let's try a different car. Alright, BRT, have a good day. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? Like, why wouldn't you have it so you just... Why would you not have it so you can just poop a button to have it on the right setting for the driver that can't drive, but they've paid £200,000 for the team to be able to race the car? You know, you don't want to confuse them. Again, it's worth saying, some people overestimate the mental capacity of some GT3 drivers, right? And you have to remember that some GT3 drivers are just wealthy people that want to drive cars, and people that aren't race drivers. And in fairness, you know, if you get in a race car, the noise, the heat, the everything else that's going on can scramble your brain. And some people, their brains get scrambled more than others. So having it so that the team can go, right, there you go, settings done, just drive and don't crash, that is going to be better for everybody, right? The bizarre myth that because someone's in a race car, they're a good driver is... I don't think it'll ever be broken, will it? It will never be broken. I got a comment the other day on a video where someone said, driving sims, the thing is, people will never drive safe in them because they don't have the real consequences of accidents. And that's why real life driving, people drive safer. And it's like, have you ever watched club racing? Like, go on YouTube and type in Junior Janetta. Type in Caterham Cup. Watch like different. Watch F4 racing, like Italian F4 or international F4 support races. Watch support races for BTCC. It's like it's like, do you think those drivers are? Yeah, it's like, do you think they're really considering the danger? As that, it doesn't look like it. So is any grassroots oval? Is the Lexus? Is that the new car? Is that the new one? I didn't pay attention, guys. I've forgotten. They all have four wheels. They all look like overly heavy cars with too many systems on them to me. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what is this? Look, I mean, what is this? This isn't a race car, is it? Too many systems. Anything prior? I can't see the button. Anything that's past 2000 is not a race car. Yeah, it looks like a Ford Mondeo with a wing on it. Oh, it's not letting me access it for some reason. Oh well, broken on my I probably didn't put the right code in the preview thing. Fail. And let's try the Ferrari actually. Anything bigger than a spec racer Ford's too big, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, the masses also think that McDonald's is edible, so you know. Right, we'll try this out. Ugh. Thanks everyone for supporting us today. Appreciate the memberships, the donations. We also have Patreon, by the way, which you can follow for free if you want to. If you just want to access our techno remixes of iRacing voice chat. Ow! I've got cramp in my foot. That really hurts. You don't want cramp in the bottom of your foot. Yeah, so we got Patreon free, and if you can support us directly on there if you want to. Bloody hell, it's not stopping! Oh my god! Who gets cramp in the bottom of my foot? It's like my foot's giving birth.
The pace car is out of control.
Christ! It's not stopping! Oh my god! Ah! It's not stopping! It's like my toes are cramping. Come on! That's well painful. Oh, it's going away now. Jesus Christ! Oh, it feels so nice. It's gone. It stopped. Stop. Oh my god! I'm just using the house in bed, but it's because I've done too much sim racing. Bloody hell. I feel like I've given birth. It's because I rest my foot. I tell you what it is. It's because the cars are more sensitive to throttle input, so I'm being overly careful on my... like I'm holding my foot like this and feathering the throttle, but I'm doing it too tense. Oh, that feels so good now it's stopped. Why have we not got any force feedback? I need to bind. There we go. I need to bind a button. Oh, that's so nice. So good. No, it's my right foot. My left foot's fine. Yeah, I could do the. We're using the M booster for foot massage. No, I eat bananas. It's just a weird. It's a weird thing I get occasionally. It's because we haven't slept enough. I only had 4 hours sleep last night. Oh dear. Oh, the understeer. Hello. The cold tyres are now like understeer.com. At least it doesn't just insta spin on the cold tyres. Yeah, they don't. I don't know what the tyre warmer rules are. It's going to be interesting to see the LMU versus iRacing car off. Yeah, the cold tyres are terrible for grip. I mean, it's just understeery. At least on the brake, it doesn't just snag and rotate you. So. Generally, though, this update, the cars are all seem a lot more understeery, even when the tyres are warm, which is interesting. Like you have to turn them on the brakes more. So in that way, this drives more like iRacing now. Like a more forgiving iRacing. Am I enjoying the tyre model? I think it's alright, like it's fine, it's drivable. It's not as detailed. Well, it's not as fun to drive as AC. In some ways, it's more realistic. In some ways, I don't think it is. I'd say AMS1 as well is more fun to drive, but it's fine. Like it's not stupid. Like it's easy to drive. So for gameplay, I think it's fun. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's an upgrade. We'll do a video explaining stuff because it's quite nuanced. So, as I say, for esports drivers, I can see why they would prefer how it is now. For your average person, they might find it harder to drive, and in some ways a little bit less satisfying. But then it depends how they drive, and I don't think they'll care too much either way. They'll probably find it more frustrating. A lot of people will probably end up spinning. It's because you just have to be more. You have to be more careful on the throttle and from curbing and stuff at lower TC. Yeah, it takes like 2 laps, I think, for the tyres to get warm. And like 3 or 4 for them to be normal. Yeah, I think it's got online ranked racing, which is what a lot of people want, and then a lot of streamers want to be able to do like races, and then longer races are good. It's good for marketing because a lot of influencers will then play the game. you know, for long periods of time, so you get the stream audience, and so that makes the game visible all the time. That's even though esports isn't like a huge thing, it's more like having your sort of Jardiers, UK OGs, and then like semi-prestigious races, and then prestigious races that then boost the profile, and then having like ranked races so that streamers can just load it up and the audience have something to watch with a bit of structure to it. Makes for more compelling viewing. It's oversteery because I'm overdriving at the moment. It's actually mostly understeery, but we're also on cold tyres, so. You shouldn't be watching the stream in school. You should be doing your schoolwork. I guess if you're at school now, you probably have no future because the government's completely sold you out and ripped you off without you know. But aside from that, you should be doing you should be studying. so you can be exploited less. Yeah, this is not a TikTok, but to be honest, this is probably sim racing content's probably worse than TikTok dribble. Hang on, what we driving? Oh, we're driving the Ferrari. Yeah, I mean it's nice and it's easy to drive. Yeah, I'm not massively in favour of those sort of platforms, but yeah. The suspension in LMU is so much better than ACC and AC. Like, it's a shame with AC because the general tyre behaviour is really nice in terms of it feeling quite natural to drive and really progressive, nice force feedback. But the moment you've got like a bit of curbing in AC1, or like the carousels on the Nordschleife are ridiculous in that sim. And it's really annoying because if you play a lot of iRacing, you get used to attacking curbs. Same with LMU and R-Factor 2. You get used to attacking certain curbs really aggressively. You know, and the car just settles, right? It's a race car with race suspension. I don't really understand why Kunos' suspension is so bad. It's really weird. Yeah, the ray casting stops one of the curbing issues in AC, which is to do with the single contact patch. But it doesn't stop the suspension settling issue from large bumps. Yeah, let's not talk about Americans' politics at the moment. It's too depressing. My face is depressing enough. Yeah, I don't run with any damper on my force feedback wheels. Probably would do if I use stronger force feedback, but I tend to not run too strong force feedback. I don't know what a good lap time round here is. I feel we're probably like a second off the pace. You definitely have to drive this way more on the brake pedal now. I think the slip behaviour in this at the limit is way more fun than ACC. It's just got a little bit more. It's quite grippy, but a little bit more slip. The iRacing tyre model update's not out yet. We're just trying the preview version of this. And apparently getting cramp. Let's turn the force feed back down a bit. My wheels getting warm and my hands are hurting. You can't trust James Baldwin though. You know, you need to listen to Bold James Bold Loser. Not James Baldwin. That's the wrong one. Bold James Loser. That's the play. That's the information. Wow. But that can't be right because I've been told by iRacers that I don't know what I'm talking about. I've been told for years. So James Baldwin must be lying. If he happens to be saying stuff that I'm saying, he must be lying. Also, the fact that iRacing has seemingly changed their tyres directly in accordance with exactly the issues that I've been pointing out for like a decade, as well as other YouTubers. But I mean, you know, what do I know? What would I know about that? So, you know, it's merely coincidence that iRacing have potentially... We'll find out. We'll see. We'll see. It's not telling people it's garbage. I don't do that. I say these are the behaviours that this sim exhibits relative to other simulators. This is I just say this is what's going on. I say why it's probably not what's probably realistic and what probably isn't realistic. And that's enough to get death threats. In the sim racing space, telling people that tyres re-grip quickly after slip is enough to get death threats. Telling people that GT3 cars are generally quite easy to drive, that's sacrilege. Telling people that you can hold combined slip in most race cars, despite it being very obviously visible in just about any onboard of any race car, sacrilege. We dead horse. We will hit a dead horse so much it comes back to life and dies again. It's like a zombie horse. Well, look, I'll say it. If any of you are looking to be influencers, I would say probably not to say that a car company should sue a developer for doing such a bad job of their vehicle. I would probably say to avoid that type of language, even if it's 100% true. I mean, if I was Porsche, right, your cars, right, Porsche, they're some of my favourite cars. I really like how Porsches handle, like the lift-off oversteer, the throttle oversteer, the rotating at the centre. Like, Porsche handling is my preferred type for GT type cars. I'd always go for a Porsche. I think they embody the essence of driving at the limit, right? That's I think Porsches get tyres to the limit quickly. They're like to the point, and that's why I love Porsches in video games. Never driven one in real life, right? It's bizarre to me, if you have a video game like iRacing that's probably the most played and most prestigious, if the Porsches don't drive like Porsches because the tyre model is so atrocious, it's a bad advertisement for the vehicle, right? It would put people off that might actually buy a Porsche, right? If you drove iRacing, you would think that Porsches were shit, right? Whereas if you drive LMU, AC, AMS1, R-Factor 1, whatever, like pretty much every other sim, you'd be like, oh, Porsches, that's awesome. Especially AC1 and AMS1, but AC especially. Like, the Porsche Cup in AC1 is so good to drive. Like, it's not easy to drive, and the Porsche Cup car is a bit of a tank. That's just how they drive. But it's a driver's car. That's the whole point. It's like, do you like to drive on the pedals and be very precise in the steering? Well, you should like a Porsche. Yeah, well, that's another myth, is that the idea that a driver can magically fix a driving simulator with feedback. It's like, well, no, it's just the physics engine is the crux of it, and you know, unless the driver's a physics programmer. It's similar to iRacing. It's so yeah. No, I didn't see Mitchy saying that. I did watch some of Mitchy's stream. But, no, I'd agree with him. You have to drive more on the pedal now than from the steering. And you have to drive more preemptively. So in that sense, it is more like iRacing. You have to drive more preemptively, but it's more forgiving than iRacing. It's easier to drive than iRacing. It's way more forgiving than iRacing. But in a sense that you have to drive into the corner more preemptively, and you're using the brake pedal to rotate the car more than the steering. That's more of an iRacing approach to driving, for sure. But the tyres, the grip comes back a lot quicker than iRacing, and the general slip behaviour at the limit is more pokey than iRacing. iRacing has more of a drawn-out slide, like more of a wider. It's less pokey, but iRacing is getting a tyre update today, so we'll see. But across all of iRacing's cars, it's kind of weird because it's so. iRacing is like grippier until you get slip, and then it's less grippy. because of how their tyres are so thermally sensitive. When the tyres aren't warmed up through the corner, the contact patch, when it's not warm, the tyres are mega grippy in iRacing. So when you first go into a corner and you first trail brake and you're first doing stuff, it's super mega grip. But as soon as you get any slip in iRacing, or you like starts just generally sliding normally through a corner, it then slides for bloody ages. Like, and then if you go over the limit, the grip turns off completely. Or supposedly that's what they fixed now, but we'll see. So, yeah, iRacing's just weird. You know. It's I quite enjoy it. I quite like the force feedback with Marvin's force feedback app, to be honest. iRacing's bigger issue is its netcode and poor moderation online. Yeah, nasty. It's strange, that nasty butler, isn't it? Funny how these things work, but oh well. You can. I think you might need a specific type of account to host races. But to be honest, with LMU, you're better off just doing like the whatever hourly race they're running. Well, so iRacing's netcode is actually not that bad. What they need to fix is the tyre behaviour over the limit, and so then car contacts online won't cause you to just insta-spin. They need to reduce the amount of damage from car contacts, and they need to make it so that when there is a car contact, you don't pinball off the other cars. And that would be fine. Like, but their general netcode, the general smoothing code, is not the worst. Yeah, it is, Dan. So, yeah, but the ghost hitting someone only really happens when there's a massive ping difference, which is often from just playing the Brit versus Australian. And it's not, and that ghost hitting, if it didn't cause your car to fall apart or ping off the track, it wouldn't really matter that much. It would just be like, oh, I've contacted them. That, you know, but it wouldn't be the end of it. The problem is, any contact in iRacing is, any mild contact is like potentially your car flipping over. Whereas if you play LMU or watch real racing, you'll see drivers drive into each other all the time. Well, look, I mean, even that Formula 1 race with Verstappen accidentally understeering into Russell, that was like a fairly sizable contact, but both cars were completely fine. Like, nothing happened to either of them. Leclerc driving into Verstappen down the start-finish line, nothing really happened. Russell barging Verstappen off the corner, it just knocked his car wide a bit. Yeah, it didn't flip him over. All three of those contacts in iRacing would have been death penalty. So that's the thing they need to fix. But it is partly to do with the netcode, because if you play iRacing offline, you don't get those issues if you play against AI. Well, we've been through this. I think Max Verstappen was actually... the FIA are completely hypocritical. Leclerc drove into him on the straight, which is mental, because if they'd got wheel overlap, that could have killed them. So that's actually mental for a Formula 1 driver to accidentally drive into another car that's driving in a straight line. I don't know what... Oh, okay. Then for Russell to knock him off the track, which is what sets him back, and oh, okay, well, he's slightly offline while it's racing. Okay, but then Verstappen tries to do some shenanigans, and apparently it's like, oh my god, Verstappen's a wrecker. It's like, hang on a minute, actually be consistent through this. But we've been through this before. FIA and fans of Formula 1 are not, they don't look at things fairly. It's like all they try to make some kind of like story. It's really weird. Verstappen drives overly aggressively, but I think that's good. It's good entertainment. Schumacher did, Senna did, Prost did. Everyone loves those drivers, but apparently if Verstappen drives exactly like some of the greatest drivers in history did, oh no. I'm not a Verstappen fan. I don't really like Formula 1. It's just bizarre. I hate Formula 1 fans. Yeah. As someone that liked Formula 1 back in the 90s, 80s, 2000s, you can only watch Formula 1 sarcastically now. F2's alright, could be better. F3, oh, but there's other stuff. IndyCar's a lot better. Than handling the cars is shit, but at least the racing is not as bad as Formula 1. Yeah, you know, you are right. There's difference in intentionality, and that is to be considered, but it's very hard to draw the line. To be honest, I don't think Verstappen intentionally punted Russell. I think he intentionally pushed back and wanted to push Russell wide. I think Verstappen misjudged it a little bit, and so ended up hitting him. But I don't think Verstappen intentionally, because it's not beneficial for a Formula 1 car to actually drive into another car. Like, it damages your car and then you lose all the points of the race. So it's actually really rare for even annoyed drivers to, if they're still in the race, it's really rare for them to intentionally drive into another car, because it's not beneficial. So even that situation where he's intentionally squeezing and pushing and intentionally being close, probably not actually. I'm not even defending him. I'm just saying, like, logically speaking, it wasn't even that much red mist as well. This is another thing. It's just a basic sense of fairness of, like, if you've been driven into on the straight and then you've been driven off the track on a corner and then those other drivers get away with that,
but I do like it normally.
you will be like, this is absurd. The rules are not being applied the same.
Probably one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. Really
So the problem is Formula 1 has got so, like, pathetic. No, so you're mixing up two things. He intentionally wanted to push Russell back and intentionally went into the corner too fast, but I don't think he intentionally barged into Russell to hit him. So the action is intentional, but the contact isn't intentional, if that makes sense. Because there's no benefit to doing that. Even if you're annoyed and angry, there's no benefit to it. It doesn't feel good to drive into another car in real life. Your car's going to probably get damaged. It's not, you know... Do you see what I mean? Like, you would intentionally... Like, Verstappen's at a skill level where you would intentionally... If you wanted to wreck someone, there's loads of things you can do to cause wrecks and knock people off the track and things. There's a whole bunch of stuff you can do.
The pace car is out of control.
But yeah, Formula 1's just got so pathetic. Like, in the past... drivers were, like, driving into each other mentally all the time. Like it was go-karting. But Formula 1's just got so little racing now, and it's so, like, sluggish, that the most mild things that then get turned into, like, big dramas. It's like in the sim racing thing with the Team Redline thing in iRacing, right? Sim racing is so boring and dull with GT3 cars, generally speaking, that Team Redline doing a sort of exploit or whatever, you can say it's cheating or whatever, I don't really care, but them doing that becomes, like, the big sim racing drama talking point. And the reason that becomes the big talking point is because it's so dull, there's nothing else to talk about. I know, it's like people, it's as if people, I think a lot of people have come into Formula 1 post 2007, and so they have this bizarre view, and they only watch Formula 1. And I say this, I've been to Formula 1 races in real life. No one was at the track to watch F2. Even the people at the track weren't watching the F2 racing, even though it's way better than Formula 1. And yeah, the viewership's awful for the other stuff, even though it's objectively better. So the problem is, most people now watching Formula 1 are basically Drive to Survive, my favourite race driver, I fancy this race driver, or they're nationalist or whatever, and it's just tribalism, right? That's fine, enjoy that, good for them. I don't, you know, that's perfectly reasonable reason to watch the sport. But they're completely unaware of, like, racing in BTCC, touring cars, 90s, 80s, 70s, 2000s. They've not seen it. They've never done go-karting, a lot of them. They don't, you know, they think it's, oh, faster car, drive behind slower car, oh, boop, DRS. What an overtake! That's racing to them. That's what it is. So, say from their perspective, anything slightly mild, from my perspective, I need to see Nigel Mansell going down the pit lane, or Schumacher going down the pit lane and starting a fight, otherwise it's not motorsport. If you don't have race drivers throwing the helmet on the floor and then punching each other, you know, it's pathetic. Oh, the driver said a rude word on the radio. What? And here we have, like, ice hockey, where they actually have, like, full-on fights on the field. Or motorsport in the past, where they'd have a little punch-up. But he said the F word! Oh, my ears! Oh, no, the driver was angry that another driver did something. Oh, what an unsportsmanlike thing to do. So stupid. And the hypocrisy is these people that are the big fans of it, that complain about a lot of these things, are mega fans of Senna, right? And Prost or Niki Lauda or like whatever, right? Because they've seen the films, or they've seen all the marketing stuff, and they're like, oh, Schumacher, oh, yeah, and it's like, are you right? You could not. Right, if you are concerned about, if you think Max Verstappen or Hamilton or any of these drivers drive unfair, you could not like Michael Schumacher at all. Like, at all. You would have to hate Michael Schumacher. Because Schumacher is the epitome of bullshittery. Like, not even on track. Like, he was the most bullshit... cheat. I don't think it was cheating. I think it's hilarious. But like the most bullshit of all the drivers for doing shenanigans historically, and also to make like one of the greatest drivers ever. But it's just like you can't like both. You can't not like Verstappen for who he, and he's mild, and then in the same breath think Schumacher's a legend, right? Yeah, Senna as well. Yeah. Senna absolutely 100% drove into other drivers intentionally in cars where that could be fatal. Very likely. So, oh dear. Anyway, it's exactly like it's exactly like the force feedback and the physics things with driving sims, guys. It's exactly the same. Like, if you know these things, you're like, what's going on in people's heads? If you've lived through the history and you've seen things develop, you have a wider contextual view of stuff, and you're like, what's going on? How did what work out for him? Are you on about Senna's accident? That was nothing to do with his driving. That was just unlucky, I think. Like the car. But it bottomed out, and then also the actual fatal part of that accident was just unlucky. Like part of the steering rod went through his head or something. So it was just that was just unlucky. Yeah, I mean that's just unfortunate. All F1 drivers in NASCAR, see how they deal with racing there. Well, they probably fall asleep. We should put them in rally cars. Right, can we skip to the next session here? Oh. Yes, it's all right.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
Here we go. They should change DRS for adaptive ride height. I think they should put sprinklers on the tracks, to be honest. Oh, let's skip that. That's weird. Look at how the AI is moving. Oh man, I might have a rest after this, and then we'll be ready for some iRacing. I only had 4 hours sleep last night. Who needs sleep? But I might have a little rest, then we'll come back for iRacing update, and then also this is coming out in an hour or so, so I'll have a rest, and then we'll be able to race people on this. Be good fun. We'll do this race. Yeah, I think most people enjoy this update. You just have to drive more on the pedals. You know, I think noobs will find it more frustrating, but they could just turn the ABS and TC up if they're spinning too much. But if you've got moderately good car control skills, this is still very easy to drive. A lot easier to drive than iRacing. But yeah, you just have to trail brake more, like turn the car on the brake rather than using the steering. Hello. You're moving in the braking zone. It's on it. That's on him. No, it's nothing to do with I just have weird sleep issues. I always have done. Sometimes I just don't sleep, and I've got so used to it. In the past, I'd just lie there for hours not sleeping, and then I'll be like, well, this, and not do anything. But now I've just got used to it. So if I wake up too early, I just get on with some stuff, and just be like, well, it is what it is. Go home and play Tetris. What is that? Oh, it's a Lamborghini. Lamborghini looks quite nice. Like the so like you see the shark fin on the back. Some of that is sometimes to stop the car. Well, I don't know with this car actually. Sometimes they put fins on the cars to stop them from rolling. So when the car goes sideways, the fin acts as like it pushes the car to the ground still, even when it's sliding sideways to stop those crazy rolls. But I don't know if a shark fin does that. Ferrari doesn't really have them though, so I don't know. Maybe it's just not prone to rolling. But the new Aston Martin looks amazing. The Valkyrie. The road car looks a bit rubbish. I think it looks the road car Valkyrie looks like a back mono. Which is, I like back mono, but I think the Valkyrie looks worse than a back mono. But the endurance version looks so good, like looks so much more aggressive. Yeah, exercise would be good, Dino, but I have a mild form of chronic fatigue, so great. Right. The McMurtry. I like that car. I remember seeing that at Goodwood when they first launched it. It's actually super impressive just watching it because it's so quick through corners. That would be a fun car to drive actually. Like it would probably really like bend your brain. Like taking a corner in a car that doesn't have downforce wings, but just has like is just hoovered to the ground through a fan. But then you have to think, what happens if that fan fails mid-corner? You're buggered. Like and it could just break, right? I mean, imagine they probably have some like maybe the fan has some like it's weighted or something, so it has some inertia, so that it can't just turn off. But still, can you imagine? We're going from like mega grip to nothing. I actually listen to history books to fall asleep. I'm currently listening to a book about the 100-Year War. That's what I like to do. Science and history. Time Traveller's Guide to Medieval Britain is a really good book to fall asleep to. It's a good book as well. It's like well written, fun. It's a bit simple. It's like GCSE level. It's a bit dumb, but it's fun. It's fun, so it's entertaining. Yeah, I'm here to put people to sleep. They actually get unwell animals and they put them in a box in front of a Game of Muscle live stream. It's one of the most humane ways to euthanize. They put us on in the old people's home. They're like, sorry, Doreen, you're too much of a burden on society. It's going to cost too much to keep you alive with all the medication you need, and you offer nothing to society because you're old. So I'm afraid we're going to have to euthanasia by Game of Muscle. So they just put me on, and then slowly their brain shuts down. Part of it's their brain shutting down. Part of it is them just losing the will to live. You know, like you get to a point of watching these live streams where you just slowly lose the will to live and then pass away peacefully. It's much more humane than the pillow. Dignitas muscle. And now I'm not quite sure where this fits into advertising guidelines for Twitch and YouTube. Is that a controversial political topic? Is that too dark? I don't know. It's hard to tell. Whoa! That's the risk of low. That's the danger. My tyres got me there. Look out. Oh, they're back now. Don't know if I was rear-ended. Whoa. Was that 0? No, that was on TC1. Right. Well, I think that'll do for now. I think it'll be interesting to see I think the update's going to roll out in 15 minutes for you peasants, you plebs, you loser plebs that don't have influencer access. Yeah, it's like a nice update. Say, main thing is you have to drive more on the pedals. I'm gonna have a break and then we'll play more later, and then we'll do we'll live stream it, and then we'll do a video rundown after we've actually raced people, because I want to do some actual racing with people to see how things are affected stuff. Will be interesting. Hopefully they run some nice tracks. Why can't I quit the game? I'm trapped in LMU here. There's no exit. There's no exit. I'm just going to Alt F4. Does that work? Yes! They can't beat Alt F4. Yeah, we're going to add some new names to the members list at some point. We've probably now got cramp in the other foot. This is ridiculous. Probably wait a few days. But yeah, thanks everyone for supporting us. Thanks for the raids from Lentillion. Thanks for being channel members. Patreon as well. You can get a free account. Really appreciate that. Right. Let's. I'm going to send you to a new channel for you to check out that we've not raided before. Yeah. See you later today, guys, for some iRacing Tar Model. Have a good afternoon. If Ben asks where's Game of Muscle, if he talks to me in chat, tell him that he's gone to sleep, but he says hello. Bye, guys. Take care. See you soon. Bye.